Hello and welcome back to Rocket League right here at the NECC. As always, I am your hairless host this evening, Captain Atsoka, joined in the booth by the blazing blazer that is Foof. Foof, how are we doing today?
Gotta say, good evening to you and good evening to you, Twitch chat. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday. And now we are coming to the evening portion, and it is Tuesday, so I already said that once at Toko, but you know what that means. It is NECC, and it is Rocket League time, but at this time in the year, it is playoffs, and now it is semifinals. We are looking at 4 teams left in each of these divisions, and so win and go on into the championship, lose, and your season is over.
Yeah, we already seen some litty combat going on in the previous week. Like, we were looking at towards like the semifinals as people were moving along into the playoff bracket. And what we saw were teams that were coming in 3-6, beating teams that were 6-3. It was literally, it was flip-flop all over the place. So it's really, really interesting to see how the playoffs, like we said last week, really just hit different.
Well, we can't have that because we have 2 teams coming in at 7-2 apiece on their records. We have the number 2 seed in Navigators White going up against the number 3. We have Limestone University's Limestone Esports heading up against Hawking College's Hawks. And so, looking at this Limestone squad, we have the man Tyrai 14. We have Antone and Stony coming in. This trio looking to make their championship appearance.
I gotta say, I do like the music major in Antone, because it's like a tone. A nice little music tone right there. I see what you did there, Antone. I'm watching you. Also, we got Stoney, the sports management junior, and like you said, Tyrai, who is the health science junior. But with that being said, let's go take a look at our other team. Let's go see how the other team stacks up. Of course, we're looking at the Hawking College Hawks. For tonight's lineup, we have Sarge NT Cyber, who is going to be the sophomore for their team, and Grim Joe. Grim Joe, the freshman, and who can't forget about Nido Grand, the music management freshman. This is another fresh-faced lineup, a bunch of youngsters on this team.
Well, this is entirely all underclassmen, so very young squad indeed, have their games to be played ahead of them and had a bit of a time of this first year to play with each other, and now they are hoping that they have found their stride and are looking to put it all together as they stand in this semifinals at SoCA best of 5. Who can find their footing first? I think it is absolutely imperative, especially in a playoff setting where, I mean, you want to have prep, you want to know exactly what your opponent's doing, but at the end of the day is what you bring exactly on these games that matters.
Honestly, it's going to be coming down to the team that actually put in the time and put in the practice, because you could tell who's been working those extra hours and who has been slacking off. Like, you have got to be hitting those training packs. You've got to be running, your ranked games, your practices, because I can't tell you how many times we see a top prospect team coming to the playoffs, much like we saw last week with that team that was sitting 6-3. I'm not going to bet, but I will say it felt like they got a little lazy and kind of like they let off their practice a little bit, and then it showed in the playoffs. So it's really going to come down to on who's been keeping up with their consistency.
Well, a best of 5 laying between both of these teams and a finals berth here in the Navigators White Division. Antone and company looking to make their mark, where you have this side in Hawking College. Also 7-2, Grim Joe and company want to make it their bid to become the champions of this Navigators White. But 30 seconds have passed, and both teams getting a feeling out process here as we start this series.
Already like just how speedy that we see going off the kickoff. Like, look at this already. Grim Joe is able to get up there oh so quickly with the nice angle and put this one into the back of the net. Oh so speedy to start things off. 1-0 now.
Big start there by this Hawking College squad. The Hawks up by 1, but 4:25 now left on the clock in game 1. And a win on the kickoff there by Sergeant Cyber puts it back towards Limestone's end. Pass coming to midfield. It's going to be a setup there, but Stoney able to keep it away from that blue net for now. But Hawking in control in the game with a 1-goal lead and had the ball in their possession as Antone with a quick clear to keep it away.
Here we go. A nice little friendly bump there. Why not? That's just a good old-fashioned Rocket League hello. As now the shot will go down and low, but a little bit too far wide and to the side. That's not going to be on target. Antone trying to get back into position, as it will be Tyrai to get that touch. Followed up to the side is Stoney. Stoney now with 100 boosts to work with. We'll send this one high off the 50-50, but not much having there. Still struggling to find their presence at the midfield.
Well, it's just still that game 1 jitter at SoCA, just looking to make their mark and find the consistency. But right now, Hawking has done enough with this small lead, but still a lot of game left to be played as the first 90 seconds have ticked by. Grim Joe with a touch. He has the goal already. That one was going to be on, but not a lot on it, so it turns into a clear instead of a shot.
And right now, Limestone taking their time and their patience at the midfield, which is great, because they rushed it a little bit earlier on into the match, didn't find a lot of success, so now they are trying to slow things down a bit. And Hawking also slowing things down. They came in insanely quickly to score that first goal in the beginning of the match, but ever since then, it's like they have turned off the gas, and they're matching that pace that Limestone has been setting with that follow-up shot, but it will be saved and cleared away. But Limestone finally seems to be getting their footing on the offensive side.
And now rests on Hawking's shoulders. They have halfway already gone ahead in this game at number 1 and are still up by that singular goal. The one standing for either of these squad is that's Antone with a big win there. Stoney chasing towards this one, keeps it into the mix and sets it up. The old 1-2-1 to get Limestone's first goal.
And this is interesting because you had all 3 combatants coming from Limestone here, and they are unchallenged. Stoney could have put that anywhere, and more often than not, they had a teammate there to score that one and put it away. So I'm wondering what happened defensively on the side of Hawking to allow all 3 players from Limestone just to be unguarded in their territory.
It's just an overcommitment on that midfield line that opened the door, but Antone looking for it. He had that far post in his sights, but not enough boost to push it back down. to Hawking with a long clear. That's not something I think the Hawks really wanted, as they had an opportunity to make a counterattack, but just sending it back here, it ends up changing possession not in the way you want. It dilutes that possession for the offensive end. As a bump attempt coming through, Anton has to get on top of this one. Cyber looking for Grimjo. Grimjo opts to go away from it, and so the pressure is just relenting pressure, not a shot right now.
Yeah, even if the bump doesn't connect, you're still forcing the player out of pocket. You're forcing them out of position, so it can stir things up. But now it's Limestone looking to stir things up in Hawking territory, as it will be Tyrai to go up high, trying to get the double touch. Will not. Will leave it for their teammate, looking for Stony. But this is just
home.
It's too much. It was too much pressure coming off the backboard, and now Grim Joe with an opportunity. But the defense from Limestone somehow manages to hold on.
It's a miscommunication. I know your player has no boost, but you cannot collapse on the offensive end. Stay off the ball. That was a perfect 2v1 opportunity, but with them playing with both players on the ball, it turns into a 1v1 stacked with two cars. And so it should have been Hawking's goal, but they do not take full advantage of the opportunity, so it still stands at a one-tied game. 50 seconds left to be played, and both teams have found spots to improve and spots they could see weaknesses on the other side. It's about who can capitalize on those mistakes, as that's a shot far post, but just very wide to the right.
Yeah, well, like you were saying, Limestone and Hawking both had opportunities to score, but it's like someone put butter on the ball. No one can hold possession. As soon as they get an even type of amount of possession in a 1v1 dribble, they just give it away to the other team. So it's really been a lot of back and forth, not one team really dominating possession of the ball over the other. And it's really kind of unorganized on both sides of the ball at this point.
Opportunity arises now at midfield. Who wants to grasp it? Hawking putting a touch, and it's not really controlled. So Stoney back the other. It's a trade of possessions right now. Just touch after touch after touch. Tyrai looks for a clear, and that's all it'll be as we head to overtime in game number one.
Well, I ain't mad about it. Let's get some OT in game number one. Why not? All tied at one. The golden goal rule is applied. Whoever scores next will be taking the dub here in game number one. And already the back pass coming through. A nice hot shot off the backboard will send this one back into Limestone territory, as the touch will come through from Stoney, only to find a Hawking player there on the wall. And now the follow-up will be blocked by Stoney as this goes back out in towards the backboard. Stoney now trying to keep up again. Stoney constantly having to rotate on defense just to keep up with the shot count coming from Hawking.
Sergeant Cyber beat out there by Anton, and he's able to keep this ball moving quickly. As Tyrai waits for it on the backboard, wants to find a pass, but not a lot working there. Hawking poised at this midfield line. Not a lot of pressure as they slowly make their way forward. Touch back into the corner once again, flying out to the mix. Tyrai, though, shutting it down and sending it back across the stripe into this Hawking corner.
Yep, Stoney now looking to put this game away, has the opportunity and the teammate, but they find the crossbar. As now it will be Tyrai to find a defender, so close but still yet so far away for Limestone.
That was one that they are certainly going to be wanting back. I mean, it was an open net, and you don't get all of it on the shot, and so we still stand at a tied game. That's going underneath the defender, and this game ending exactly as it started. Grim Joe putting one in.
How about that? We see the overcommitment and the absolute struggle coming from Limestone to put one in there in overtime. All three players took a shot on net, and then at the end of the day, it only took one coming from Hawking. Of course, Grim Joe putting that one on and in to get the dub in OT, and now puts their team up 1-0 in the series.
I mean, it is a big start there, especially in overtime at Soka, because both teams have the first game jitters. And if you have a winner, I don't think the momentum is too heavily favored in game ones, unless it's an absolute blowout or one team just drops the ball. But when it goes to overtime, both teams have started to dig in, and you start to see what the teams are made of. And when you win that first game in overtime, I see this pendulum of momentum starting to swing towards that side that gets the victory.
Oh, absolutely. You just set the tone for the entire match. And keep in mind, this is a best of 5. So there is plenty of time and plenty of games left to go. So that way, Limestone Esports can try and make a comeback against Hawking. But with that being said, how many times, Foof, have we seen a game number one win go in their favor, as Hawking will continue and score the first goal of game number 2?
picking up right where they left off as a team, but Night-O Grand having grand thoughts there, putting it in the top left corner, 7 seconds into game 2.
Literally no time at all. It's as if they just took their momentum from game number 1 and just continued it on, wasting literally no time. Barely any seconds gone off the clock, and Hawking already has that 1-goal advantage from a Limestone, and we already know how powerful Hawking can be with only 1 goal in their favor.
Well, we stand here in the first 30 seconds of game 2 gone by. And that quick first blood is all we have seen. Limestone starting to mount some offensive pressure of their own. Hawking, though, quick to clear it out to all the way past that midfield line. Antone pushing it up, looking for a teammate here, bouncing it down. Has to find a second touch. Knight can't get to it. That's going to open the pull for Sergeant Cyber, who's taking it right down the middle of the field.
Yeah, look at this. Sergeant Cyber was literally there and waiting at the midfield, but in my defense, that was a sniper shot. Good job for Sergeant Cyber to find the read on that touch coming out of the corner and then being able to laser it into the back of the net. Now 2-0 in favor of Hawking.
Stands here the first minute now, not even off the clock, and Hawking already has a 2-goal lead as they're trying to find a 2-game lead possibly in this series, but a lot still left to be played here as we crest that first minute going by, and Limestone needs to find something. I mean, it's always great for them if you could find a goal when you're down, but be it a very good challenge or a sizable offense or defensive stand, even if you don't get a goal out of it, it's something to hold on to here as the momentum is sitting on this Hawks side as they stand right now at Soka with a 2-goal lead.
And now Tyrai trying to put this one up and towards the middle as Stoney puts it right back down. Now Sergeant Cyber with an absolute banger off the backboard, but no teammate there to follow it up. And it's now Night-O Grand to get the 50-50 at the midfield as Stoney gets the swish and flick over one. Now Night-O Grand trying to get in the way as Stoney will put this one on, but not in. It goes right down by the wayside.
Was an idea there, but I mean, in an idealistic world, that was very difficult to hit. Even with the openness of the net, it is just such a sharp angle, and Limestone, that has been about their golden opportunity of this game, and so it's a good job of finding a hole in the defense, but you now have to take advantage of it. That is a dangerous spot, all 3 cars, but Night-O Grand is unable to beat this defensive pass off the backboard. That's just going to be technically an open up Grim Joe, and now Hawking up by 3.
Now, you see, this seemed vaguely familiar. This is almost what Stoney was set up with their own shot, but the only difference here is that Grim Joe is there and waiting to pick up the assist. I think that's really the key elemental difference between these two teams so far. Hawking is backing each other up. They're constantly in the proper rotation, so that way they're in the right place at the right time to clean up these missed touches. Unfortunately for Limestone, we're not seeing the same backup for each other that we're seeing on Hawking.
It's unfortunate here for Limestone as they are going to need it more and more as now this lead's beginning to surmount as Hawking up by 3, making a save there. Couldn't see who it was to keep it away, but Limestone again, just they look for a little bit of too far of backboard plays. They are so far off as you see Stoney out of that midfield line as the deep third, and having a deep third is a great thing if you have a small lead or if you're playing in a tied state where you can feel like you don't have to be the aggressor, but they have to be the aggressor right now. They're down 3 and down a game in this series, and this is the semifinals. You cannot lose this if you want to continue playing.
Absolutely. Not to mention, when we're talking about, well, you specifically mentioned that they are constantly peppering the backboard, but no one goes up to reciprocate and try and get the touch, or at least throw off a defender. If you're going to constantly go off the backboard, you got to use the backboard. You got to go up there and get a touch or two.
This is a chance right now. Sitting 90 seconds left, and Hawking still putting more pressure on. It's a pass midfield as Hawking, though, very content to rest on their laurels and rest on a 3-goal lead. Stoney passing, looking for Tyrai in the middle of the field, and Night-O Grand has 90 in the tank, letting Sergeant Cyber take that away from this offensive pressure. Now pushing it up and over once again. That's going to be credited for the shot. Tyrai, he was there, but got too quick, and Hawking now up by 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'll chalk this one up to defensive error. I will say, Sergeant Cyber, good job for putting that on target from the midfield. But I do feel like that was just a little incidence of Whiff City that we just saw. Went up, had the opportunity, but I don't know, either lost control of their boost or something went down in the cockpit. The pilot was just kind of off balance and just could not find the touch. Feels bad, and it is a 4-0 lead now for Hawking.
That is a pass into the corner once again. Cyber setting it up. Grimjo was not ready for it, though. I love the idea in the offensive execution. Looked like it was all falling into place, but with not having a shooter, the shot doesn't exist. And so Anton and company still looking for that first shot. Is Nido Grand able to put another on, and Hawking continuing to build this lead 5-0.
Yeah, there's not much you could do about that. That was just a beautiful 50-50. Honestly, coming from Grim Joe. I mean, when you get something like that at the midfield, and honestly, if the 50 just falls your way like that, there's really not much you can do. The only thing you can hope for is that your defense is there and prepared defensively and in the right position to, react to such a 50-50. But unfortunately, this time around, they were not. And this 5-0 lead nearly brought to 5-1. But I think it's safe to say, Foof, that might be all she wrote here in game number 2.
I mean, it's going to be important for both of these teams to kind of now reset after this game, in my opinion, at Soka, because as obviously you're Hawking, you're going to win this one, and you're going to be up 2-0 and now at series point. Whereas if you're Limestone, you are on the precipice of being swept as Sergeant Cyber puts another one in, and you have to batten down the hatches and find something to hold on to.
Well, what can you say? This is the playoffs. This is the time to step up. This isn't the time for lollygagging. This isn't the time for goofy goobery, pish posh, poppycock, or any type of good old-fashioned Hogwarts and or skylarking. This is the time you come in prepared and you do not give anything away for free. Unfortunately, for Limestone, they did not come in with the same type of attitude that Hawking has. Hawking has come into this with absolutely no mercy. They've only got winning on their minds.
Only winning on their minds, and only offense seemingly on their minds as well. So they didn't have to play. I mean, they played a bit of defense in the end. I think there was a couple saves, but all that really matters is a 5-0 scoreline at Soka, and they now stand at a 2-0 scoreline in the series, sitting at match point, looking to stamp their ticket by way of sweep to the finals.
And it's starting to look that way. Don't get me wrong, I have hope. I have hope for Limestone. Who doesn't want to see a reverse sweep go all the way to the game 5? Everybody wants to see that. Everybody likes to root for an underdog. But the way that Hawking College is playing right now, I just don't know if it's going to happen, Foof.
I mean, you can say, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, it's very likely that Hawking could clean this up if we see a continuation of form as they have had in the first 2 games. And if Limestone does not adjust, that will be how this ends up being. But, with a team like Limestone, they're 7-2. The only loss that they had is to the same team, actually, that Hawking lost to in this Southwestern Michigan College team. And so both of these teams know how to win. They know how to adapt. It's just all Hawking right now, and a 5-0 game last game is so difficult to overcome.
Well, let's remember back a game or so ago when Hawking scored in the first 7 seconds. It was actually game number 2. Hawking scored in the first 7 seconds. So Limestone already looking better. We've passed 40 seconds, 45 seconds, and still 0-0. So Limestone already improving.
Well, it was just kickoffs are too OP. That's okay, especially if you've seen my 1v1 duels recently. But, Psyonix kickoffs aside, all that really matters right now is we're at a 0-0 scoreline in game number 3. Both of these teams jostling for control. And it's been Hawking living in this Limestone Inn, but have been unable to stamp a goal in this 3rd game.
Right now, Hawking has just been an insanely speedy team, and it looks like Limestone has just been struggling to keep up. But let's see if they can turn the gas on as Stoney is able to put this one down and towards the mid. But what a 50 coming off
shot coming.
Hawking, and now the follow-up shot just a little off target. Put that 2 pixels to the right, and that woulda, shoulda, coulda been a goal.
Now back towards Hawking's end. You have all 3 players ready to make this one. Cyber putting a touch down. Thought he had a shot, but he ends up turning into a pass. That's a beautiful pinch midfield, and that is a dangerous spot to be in when you're Tyrai, as that one just almost ricochets past him. Limestone need to make a diving save here, and Tyrai had the touch the first time, but couldn't find the second one.
Yeah, I don't know. That wasn't necessarily a double commit. It looked like Stoney maybe was anticipating a pass in the upfield, but instead of, rotating and dropping back, they continued to drive forward. Not sure what was going on there, but it left an opportunity for Hawking to come and clean up in the midfield. And then you already know Sergeant Cyber is going to put that in the upper 90 10 times out of 10. They've been hitting them shots all day, nearly putting on yet another. But who doesn't love the crossbar? I didn't cross nobody. That was just the crossbar doing what the crossbar does. Best defender in the game.
You crossed no one, but you cursed the man with an open net, looking to put his team up by 2. Called him perfect, and he makes that one. Unfortunately, there's a beautiful dent on that blue crossbar right now. The Limestone breathing a sigh of relief as they're only down 1 goal. 8 seconds above this midway point in game number 3. Gimjo off the backboard, but Antone is there to keep it back out of the mix. But once again, into it we go. And that is a long booming clear, immediately answered by Nido Grand going into the corner.
Yeah, look at Stoney. Stoney's been playing so well defensively, and it's just a shame that we don't get to see more of them on offense, because every time I feel like I'm talking about Limestone, I'm talking about Stoney, and it's honestly just perfect. But it's just too bad that the most of the time that I'm talking about Stoney, it's usually on the defensive side. I really need to see Limestone pick things up and push things offensively, because Sergeant Cyber yet again is going to continue to do it for Hawking College and now make it 2-0 here in game number 3 in favor of Hawking.
That's okay. That's a legitimate 1v3. That ball was never touched by his teammate. He cleared up. All 3 players are in your picture, folks. And he's able to still find a hole and put it through. The Hawks now in firm control. 2 up in the game and in the series. It is match point, and they are looking to put it away in 3 with a sweep.
It's starting to look that way with 1:45 left on the clock, and now Stoney once again trying to get things done on offense, but that was just a little bit too slow of a floater to get by the defense and into the back of the net. Hold the phone, here we go. Tyrai says 2-0 no mo. It is now 2-1, and they have cut the lead in half on Hawking.
That is their first goal in over a game. I need to see the clock again to get this math all the way through, but let's see. 5 minutes, running that down. 8.5 almost minutes that we have not seen Limestone score, and that might be the most important goal of the series, because sometimes that's okay. It's the first one that is always the hardest, and so maybe Limestone having a pulse of life, raising here after they looked like they were stuck in a submission hold, but Hawking in control still, up by 1 and had control at midfield. The ball bouncing back around. Stoney a bit too overzealous. Grimjo opting to let this ball come to him. Credited with a shot there. A demo opens the door, and Tyrai looks for it, but he can't get it. It was a bit too high. Antone once again putting the pressure back on Stoney. A slow, low turn to try and keep the possession on, and Tyrai going all the way back to his own end to pick up that boost, killing a lot of this offensive momentum as they have to hit the reset button. Hawking putting a shot on a Rule 1, breaking out, and Nido Grand saying, nah, I'm on top of you, so we're not going to call it a Rule 1.
I don't know. I feel like that was a broken Rule 1. But we know if somehow Limestone comes back to equalize, it's because they broke Rule 1. Let's just call it now in case it happens.
Well, both teams do benefit from it with them having 3 players again. I don't know if either of these teams have exactly grinded 2s as much as 3s, but Hawking still up by 1, trying to find their 3rd game, and Antone opting to go for a pass instead, and there's no one there. Putting it sideways instead of forward means this ball comes back towards Hawking, and now they just need to kill more clock. A shot trying to put this one away, and that's going to be a dunk to all but seal it. Grimjo putting his team up by 2.
Yeah, Grim Joe just made the entire hopes for Limestone Esports look entirely grim. That was a grimace there. I mean, you're up 2-1 now. Nearly all hopes for Limestone in this series have gone out the window, thanks to Grim Joe, as now we come to the final few seconds left, and all that's left is but the crying, as Hawking will take the dub in game number 3 and take the series 3-0.
I mean, it is a huge showing here from Hawking, as that was a very strong-looking Limestone team coming in at 7-2 in the semifinals. Had a very, very solid run, but their run stops by way of a sweep of this Hawking College team, who just were all but unstoppable at Soka.
Oh yeah, they were practicing all last night. You could tell they came into this one prepared. I'm telling you, I feel like they went and ran drills 10 times out of 10, and if they missed, then they have to start over. I don't know. I just felt like this team came in
That's old
ready.
school.
They were prepared. They did their homework, and I guarantee they probably did a little bit of studying up on Limestone as well. Probably went back and watched their replays as much as they watched theirs. This was a team that came in with all the boxes checked.
Well, it was also a understanding of a team that came in and had their best foot placed forward, and then were able to roll that not only into a game one overtime win, but then a 5-0 in game two that all but then set them on the pace to take it in three. And setting it up can be easy, but following through is the most difficult part sometimes.
100%. Sometimes it is the most difficult part. But you know what's not very difficult is getting ready to see what we have moving forward. But also, do we have an interview set up maybe with one of these players?
Getting one set up. We're getting one set up.
We're getting one set up. Okay, good.
So I threw to you. You're going to throw back to me. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to wind up and throw us to a break. And we'll be back with an interview here in a minute. See you guys on the other side.
Well, hello and welcome back to Rocket League right here at the NECC. Once again, I am your host, Captain Etsoka, joined on the desk by Foof and with a very special guest. It's none other than the coach from Hocking College. It's Coach Mark Riley. How are you feeling after that impressive 3-0 sweep over Limestone?
I'm feeling really good, guys, especially after a 3-0 sweep. I think last time we played them, we dropped like the first game. We seem to do that a lot. We drop the first game a lot, but then we come back really strong. I think you guys saw us. Second game, we always come back really strong. And I think our players, we always tried to just play that in. Well, we'll just play it that way. We'll let them take that first game, and sometimes that comes back to bite you. So I said, guys, we just got to come out and let's just do a 3-0. Let's not do the reverse sweep. Let's do a 3-0. Let's end it quick. Let's get on to the next game and let's go.
Did I mean that murder was premeditated? Did you hear that?
Well, no, I mean that has just got to be the most five-headed thing I've ever seen. All right, guys. All right, here we go. Huddle up. Let's just go 3-0 today and not worry about it and have a great weekend. But Coach, you guys come in with a 7-2 record, obviously in the regular season, having a great season ahead of you. How did you guys keep that momentum rolling into the playoffs and obviously rolling today?
Well, I think you guys hit it right on the head when you during the stream. Just a lot of practice. Grimjaw, of course. I walked into the gaming lab one day, and he was doing some drills, and it was some of those training drills where if you don't get it right, you got to start right back over. And he kept doing it. He kept doing it. And just like Captain said, he did it like 10 times until he finally got it. And I think you guys hit it right there. That's what those guys did. They just got together. Said, we got to do this. We did some scouting, and we said, hey, here's the game plan. We got to do it, and I think we executed it well tonight.
Yeah, well,
absolutely.
Trust me, game recognize game. I know when someone's been hitting the sticks. You can tell. You can always tell when somebody's been up late trying to work on their fundamentals. Game recognize game. So big kudos, of course, to you and Hocking College for putting in the practice and letting it show out on the field today. But with that being said, Mark, I respect Coach Riley. I apologize, Coach.
No, you call me Mark.
I got to ask you. When we were watching this game unfold, we saw some buttery plays go down on the field, but one play stuck out for me, and that was Nido Grand breaking Rule 1. What do we do at Hocking College for players that break Rule 1? What's up with that?
I don't know. I'll have a chat with him here. We'll have a chat with him.
Sit down with a dean.
The
head of administration. Get to worry about the fine that'll be coming from NECC later. Got to get all those paperwork filled out.
But I guess I'll let it slide since he is getting like a 3.8 GPA, and I guess
fair enough. Hey, I still say make them run laps, but that's for a different time and a different place. Foof, what you got next for Coach Riley?
I got to say, Coach, coming from my point of view, I've coached Real Sports Never Esports, and it's always so gratifying when you see a team succeed. And obviously, they're succeeding on this field of game. But then you talk about, we had a little bit of a pre-production meeting talking about having graduation coming as well, succeeding off of the field. What has been your favorite part of that this season for this team or this group of guys?
And I've been sharing this a lot with people. When I took over the team, we had like four students who were just still on the team. So we had a very small group to build on. Right now I've got 25 student athletes. They're all best friends. And it's so awesome to see.
It's
just so awesome to see. And they're all from different everything. Different backgrounds, everything. It's all different. And it's just really cool to see this very diverse group of people come together and just be BFFs. It's really, really cool. They're actually a bunch of them are planning a summer trip. I'm jealous. They're
no way.
Yeah, they're going up to like the UP of Michigan, and I know a lot of my students are wildlife students. So and that's the thing. A lot of my students, they're all from different majors. So it's just really cool to see. And I know a lot of other esports coaches have said this as well. It's just really cool to see all these students come together and become best friends, become teammates. You see them fight, but at the same time, you see them buddy up and they're best friends. So it's been really cool to see, and it's something great to build on. I think all of our success for this year, we've all just been looking. Next year is going to be a great year. We're building for next year, and it's going to be a great year.
I mean, Captain Atsoka, I mean, we have a team that's finalist bound, and we're building it for next year. I mean, I got to say, I don't know
Hey guys,
how much higher the bar's going to be. That's insane, Coach.
And guys, like I said, when I took over and we had 3 or 4 players, and especially coming after COVID, it wasn't our intentions to have this much success. So we're definitely riding that high of the success. We're taking notes on what we need to do to improve, because we know that next year, especially with this success, people are going to be gunning for us. Our 6 team made it to the playoffs this year in the NJCAA. I didn't expect that either. I didn't even expect us to play our 6 this year. We actually put a team together and found out we were really good at it. So we're riding this success, but we know now we're going to be the team to beat. People are going to know us next year. They're going to want to beat us. We're not going to be that unknown team. I think we got to fly under that unknown team radar. But I don't think we're going to get that next year. So we've got to bring our A game, because people are going to bring theirs to us. So.
Suffering from success, as a wise man once said. Coach Riley, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the big win, and good luck coming up in your finals game. And hopefully maybe we'll see you guys again in another post-game interview.
Yeah, I hope so. But actually, so one of our Hearthstone player is actually playing in the semifinals of the NJCAA tomorrow. So that's what we're looking forward to. So hoping to keep our playoff hopes alive here. So I appreciate it, guys, and keep you posted.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Coach. Atsoka, a 3-0 to start the day, my guy. Huge. And gotta say, it is always an absolute joy of mine, Captain, when I get to listen to someone talk about there's something they're passionate about, especially when I get to share that passion with them in that coaching aspect. And it's so cool to see it trickle down from the traditional sports to now esports. But 3-0s and feel-good stories are not only what we're covering today. We have more Rocket League action, folks, and we're taking a short break, and then we'll have some more semifinals coming at you in a bit.
There it is, apple pie. You mentioned it. Now he's
Talking about the mechanical issues that were going on, but apple pie proved us wrong entirely, taking up from the right flank and getting it into the back of the net. That erases so much chance for Lebanon Valley White to try and get back into this match. A 2-goal differential with 40 seconds. Absolutely still possible, but it's just so incredibly hard, especially with the game view that we've already been having, aka Fanshawe continuously being into the attack and kind of dominating, setting the pace of the play. LVC, they quickly need to get back into it, but Fanshawe, they know that. They're just wasting time right now and scoring.
Yeah, you think there might be just a little bit of breakdown in comms here. We do see a little bit of those double commits, the rotations not quite where they need to be. So obviously, if you're Lebanon here, I think you just take a quick reset. Try to, maybe if you can get some pressure, find a goal here in the last 22 seconds, build a little confidence, and just take a deep breath and reset for this next game.
And this is the Fanshawe that I've come to expect coming into this. They are looking so incredible right now. And LVC, they're about to concede another apple pie. He wants to make sure of it, but Blase still in the way of it. I'm trying to close the distance here, but it is unfortunate for them. No point anymore, really. Even if you get a goal right now, I don't think it's going to change that much. And Fanshawe, they take game number 1 and put themselves on the board.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, both teams kind of struggling a little bit there for, the first 3 minutes of that game. A lot of back and forth bangers there, not as much mechanics as we had mentioned or talked about. So I'd like to maybe see a little bit more of that here in game 2. Hopefully they kind of settle into that game style that they're used to. But yeah, I mean, going up by 2 goals, 40 seconds left, always a comfortable position to be in.
You love to see it for if you're a fan for Fanshawe, but I feel like there needs to be more push out of the defensive zone by LVC, because right now they are getting stuck there. They're struggling to break away, and at some point the boost just whittles away slowly but surely, and then you can't even reach any high up play. So Fanshawe, I like how they're looking it in, but obviously LVC need to alter their playstyle to try and counter that.
Yeah, I think even just, not necessarily just demos, but even some bumps here and there, trying to get, aggravate them a little bit, trying to open up some space for your teammates, both on that defense and offensive side, so you can get a little more pressure. So I would like to see a little more aggressiveness here from Lebanon.
Apple Pie wants to prevent that aggressiveness, but actually he just tees it up right to the center. Blase with another shot, but it goes wide. And I feel like this is some of that of attacking pressure that they're missing on the side of LVC. They have the initial shot, but the initial shot usually will get saved. Per example, here, Exhibit A, official paper, just clears it out, and there's nobody else to try and put the screws through to them afterwards. Blase also struggling to try and get his car onto the right direction, but they managed to hold on.
Yeah, Will Smith able to carry off the wall, and he's able to get over him now. Just a paper here to beat. And again, they've got to work on those rotations. Got to get those second opportunities as those first shots you mentioned often blocked. And Apple Pie able to save this one easily. There's the attempt, but not quick enough. Blase into the corner looking to pressure. And I believe that's Will up top, but it's not going to be enough here. And again, just I'm really liking the style here from Lebanon, though. It seems like they've settled a little more into their gameplay. Let's see if they can keep up this pace.
Looking more solid, getting offensive pressure, and also getting a few shooting opportunities. They've been blocked thus far by Fancho, who look incredibly comfortable in that defensive end. You don't win games being comfortable in defense. Apple Pie rips one, it goes off the post and out. Acid still trying to keep it in, though, but with ample boost in the tank now, he might be able to do more and then adjust to keep it into the corner. Apple Pie's residing there, but Blase easily taps it around the side.
Yeah, it was a beautiful touch off the wall. Tries to get the flick over, but official waiting there. And up is Blarn, but again, not the touch he wanted. Acid able to bang off the corner. Cross midfield, and the save wasn't there, but Apple Pie unable to get to it in time as well. And Will looking to carry it across for his teammate there. Again, a lot of these big booming clears, they're not able to get to him quite in time. I think if they just had a little more controlled touch, it could go a long way here for Lebanon.
Blarn. The touch goes roughly to the side. Now, big boom over the top, but you see Apple Pie sitting miles back, exactly prepared for this scenario, but he's not prepared to miss the ball, and Blase easily finds himself an open net.
Yeah, beautiful. Up by it one now, just relieving a little bit of that pressure as they did lose game one here in this best of five. But again, 2:46, plenty of time for anything to happen. Want to see Lebanon maintain this pressure and continue to just kind of pepper these shots on that offensive side.
Apple Pie. He can't get us inside his own head after that mistake. It's all right. You just move on. You just move past it, Blase. And they're having to do a three-point turn to make sure that he gets that boost. Official paper residing on the right flank, perfectly in position. Apple Pie actually the one to rip the shot. It's actually seemingly Fanshawe now who struggles to keep up the attack and pressure.
Yeah, blown up with a nice touch, and Acid unable to get one into the corner now of Fanshawe's side, but quickly back again as we talk about we've had a lot of these booming clears. Acid looking to take a touch from the ceiling there, and a pass to the center. That one's going to be high. Is there anyone there? Apple Pie, but not enough on the 50. The power just not there to drive it home, and again off the side here, finding some shots. Not quite the quality that they wanted here, but the pressure is on. Acid looking to do more, and Lebanon has got to find a way to get this ball out of their territory.
Lebanon punching and clawing, and finally they've marked their way through. Blase trying to enter that alleyway. Good pass up to Blase. Hello, out of absolutely nowhere, Lebanon Valley. They break out of defense, and they get into the attack and score.
Yeah, beautiful shot there as well. A nice little touch to redirect, making me bring out my inner Ric Flair right there. Absolutely love it.
2-0 now, double up on the side of LVC. Fanshawe, they've only got 90 seconds to try and bring this one back. Acid back flipping onto the wall. The recovery not quickly enough. Apple Pie wants to turn this in field, maybe even a second one, but Blase quickly stops that passing play from happening. And you see LVC, they are making sure that Fanshawe are struggling in this game and probably also this series.
Larntha with a nice touch off the wall, and he can't. Oh, he does win the 50 here, but Acid able to go up, stop this one, and put it back into the corner. Can he get the touch off the wall? Here's Will with a banger and a beautiful save from Paper. I thought that one was going to be in the back of the net, but what a save. The pressure back in the other direction. Paper to Pie. No one in the net, but Pie can't capitalize.
Ooh, Blarn can, though. That's an open net. Easily strolled down to the other end. and getting that into the back of the net. Apple Pie trying a little bit too hard than official paper, just going off gut reaction. See ball, can touch ball, and well, he puts it out of his teammate's reach.
A much different scene here than in game one. Lebanon showing up here in game two and looking strong. Now to the sidewall, Blase with the touch across the midfield. Here's Blarn looking to carry the flick. It's there, but Paper with some good D, and he has played some phenomenal D this game, but it just hasn't quite been enough here for Fanshawe.
Fanshawe just not converting. I feel like it's basically the same game, but on opposite ends. Initially, it was LVC struggling to convert, struggling to break out of the defensive end. Fanshawe are now struggling in those exact areas. It's an official paper, interesting avenue to explore, to bump up the defenders when they're not even in the vicinity of the post, and any chance that Fanshawe had in this series has completely gone begging.
Yeah, I think even if they got that goal there, it was still really out of reach. But you'd love to find a beautiful passing play coming in here at the end, and Paper able to sneak one in. But a beautiful performance here in game two by Lebanon, and you love to see it. Fanshawe sweeping them the first time they met, but Lebanon showing how well they've developed as a team over this season. And I mean, a 3-1 win, you have to be happy about that. You have to be exuberating with confidence going into game three.
It's a solid victory for LVC, but they were struggling during the latter part. And you see 2 saves for LVC, but 9 shots for Fanshawe. They are struggling so much to place them on target. They get them within centimeters time and time again, but that's not going to be enough. It's pinging off the post down to the other end. They're not ready to strike and fully put it in the goal mouth.
Well, hello and welcome back to the playoffs of Rocket League right here at the NECC. Yes, indeed, we are back. And of course, by we, I mean myself, Captain Atsoka, alongside Foof. Foof, it was so cool getting to talk to Coach Mark. You know,
so cool,
it was
man.
So cool.
Always a fun time when you get to talk to not only the players, but the staff behind supporting them. And obviously a 3-0 is exactly what Hawking ordered. But now we're looking ahead to have West Virginia University playing up against King's College Red, the number 2 seed in Champions Yellow, going up against the number 6 squad. So West Virginia University, they're coming in at 8-1, only dropping a single game, and that was week 1 to Northwood Blue. And they have been on a tear ever since then, whereas you have King's College Reds. They're 4-5, so a bit of an underdog here. When you look at this team of West Virginia, you have Rotz, I believe that's False, and Knight coming in, 2 freshmen and a junior.
Yeah, a very well-diverse team there. Also want to keep in mind and just note that the last time these two teams met, it ended up being a 3-0 sweep in favor of West Virginia. But let's see if King's College will be able to rectify it. Let's take a look at their lineup and who they're bringing to the field today. For King's College, we have Glimmer Boys. In the number 2 spot for King's College, it's Sean. And last but not least, it's the business finance major, Guard. And that's the lineup we got for King's College.
Be careful. Don't let that I and L get you. It's Gilmore, not Glimmer. Almost bit me on the bugaboo as well. But no, 2 sophomores and a junior. So in the middle of middle classes there. So they have a couple of years to play with each other. But, already having the tail of the tape. One team sitting at 8-1, the other 4-5. A mountain has been set. The gauntlet has been thrown. It is the semifinals at SoCo. One team punches their ticket onto this finals berth, and the other team is going to be watching from the sidelines.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's not looking too good so far. And I'm not gonna say for Kings College, even though I want to, just
Come
because
on.
when you're looking at West Virginia University, they're sitting 8-1. They're the number 2 seed. They have been playing insanely well. And then, like we said, the last time these two met, it ended up being a 3-0
3-0.
victory in favor of West Virginia. But we have seen some crazy upsets so far in the postseason. So who knows?
Well, that 3-0 came in week 3, so 6 long weeks ago, if my math has served me correctly. So a lot of things have changed, but maybe some things have changed not so much, as Gilmore having to make a diving save. Both teams want to find that best foot forward and find a way to make their mark. All 6 players understand what hangs in the balance, as now 30 seconds off of this first game in a best of 5 to see who moves on.
Yep, 30 seconds gone, and the bump play comes in clutch for Kings College already in the first 30 seconds, and we're, like you said, throwing the gauntlet off as well as the gloves. We're getting the physical play on the board.
Well, that is a certain way to open up a net and open up a game. Kings College striking first, as I thought West Virginia, they had a beautiful touch towards the backboard. They could have had the pressure, but a quick turn means King College has the first blood. A diving save there by Sean to keep it away. And so now Kings College up by 1, trying to find more offensive pressure. Once again, the ball finding it onto this Kings College side, and they look to create some more offensive opportunities.
Yeah, and already they're playing extremely aggressive, especially at the midfield. As we just saw, West Virginia tried to break into Kings College's half, and they just stopped them there in their tracks right at the midfield line. So I'm liking this early amount of aggression that we're seeing from Kings College, because I think they're definitely going to need it as we move on here in game number 1.
Sitting in this Champions Yell division, you see both of these teams are not afraid to put the ball into the air and try and make some magic happen. Gilmore touching it midfield, looking for a pass. Going to have to opt for a 50 as Knight wins it. He wins it huge. That's going to put it more on that backboard, but with no real follow-up from Rots or False. It falls back towards this West Virginia side, and so the ball resting right about the midway point. A long clear coming from False. He's going to try and work something off the backboard, looking for a second touch. Can't get it to go. Knight, backboard pass. That's going to set up Rots, who's collapsing onto it, but Gilmore there to shut it down.
Yeah, Kings College stepping up defensively as well, and now are in the transition to offense. But that long banging clear coming from Knight is going to put this one back into Kings College territory, as Guard will get the touch and the demo on top. Nothing wrong with a little and one as Sean goes up high for the upper 90 and barely misses as the ball gets cleared out back to Kings College.
Both of these teams have had passing plays that either fall just a bit short or could not find the back of the net, as Sean is probably wishing he had that one back, as this one goes off the post and still floating around. West Virginia in a dangerous spot. False with a long clear on that sidewall, looking to get more control. Rots into the corner, and the ball bounces back out, looking to get something going here.
Well, they're going to have to. So far, all the offense has been in favor of Kings College, so they need to get a pass play going nearly there, but it is off target. But the offense does not rest for West Virginia. They're going to keep it going as much as they can until the clear inevitably comes out from Kings College, and it's back to the midfield we go.
So now, Glimmer and company floating around on the defensive end. A big save there coming out. Guard playing on top of it as well. You know, they got the GG defense, and so maybe they're trying to say GG with this 1-goal lead, but still 110 seconds left to be played in game number 1. Sean, a touch off the backboard, trying to get something here, but just no real follow-up. Means False in a 2v1 scenario. That's above the last defender, but he's the lone player for WVU, and so they cannot find a way through.
Now, you see, this is going to be a moment where I'm going to say, if I'm capping, say Cap's capping, but it feels like West Virginia is really going for a lot of solo plays, 1v1 air dribbles, trying to look for some outrageous backboard double touch. I'm not seeing a lot of pass plays. I think if West Virginia would pass more at the midfield instead of trying to get these solo air dribbles, they might find more success in the back of the net.
I feel like it's been a transition of ways at Soka, because they were passing at the beginning of the game. It just wasn't working, so they're trying to find something And the passing was not the issue. It was just the missed touches and the misreads on that back push. As now it's a touch from Knight to set up false off the backboard. And so no direct shot means instead it allows that defensive player to get back in time. False. Another touch on. That one a bit too high. He's still trying to keep this pressure around. But King's College right now in control. Not firmly, but just enough defending a 1-goal lead with half a minute left in game one.
Yeah, Sean RL trying to get it done as now it will be Gilmore to lose the 50-50 there against West Virginia. And now Rotz is in the retreat trying to fall back into defensive position as the shot will come in, but not in the back of the net. It was just perfectly centered for the goalie to get the save and clear it away, as now the counterattack from West Virginia is all over the net, but not in the back of it. Still 1-0 in favor of King's College with 0 seconds on the clock. This could just about do it. The pass goes up high, but does not find a shot on target. King's College takes game number 1-0.
I mean, it was an opportunity arising there from WVU right at the end, and passing the ball beautifully was, I believe, Roots, but he just ends up bumping his teammate. And so, or Rotz, excuse me, with no follow-up there, just the ball falling harmlessly to the ground means it's 1-0 here for King's College, and that is the 6 seed taking the first game off of the 2 seed. That is a wonderful way to start, even though if it's only a 1-0 game.
Not only is it a wonderful way to start, that is the best way to start. That's the way King's College needed to come into this game. A 2-0 would be great, but let's get game number 1 done first, and before we look at game number 2.
I'm talking about 2-0 in game 1.
Exactly, but when you're coming into this matchup, clearly, I mean, at least for as I was concerned, they weren't the favorites. I'm looking at the number 2 seed. I'm thinking, oh, wow, this is going to be the team that, kind of takes control here. But King's College coming in, winning game number 1, set the tone for the rest of the series. We talk about all the time how, we don't like it, but when you take game number 1, you get that early boost of morale and momentum that can really persuade the difference going into the remainder of the games in the series.
And, you want to have any way to hold on to that momentum that you garner in the first game. And sometimes it comes off of winning it, and sometimes it comes off from finding plays like West Virginia did right at the end. They did not win. They did not score. But with that amount of pressure and that much offense, maybe you can roll that into offensive pressure and offensive scores in this game number 2. But right now, it stands in the court of King's College. They have an early offensive opportunity once again and standing 1-0 in the series.
And so far, still 2 goose eggs on the board, only 20 seconds gone. No harm, no foul just yet. Of course, it is on West Virginia to try and answer back. They are down 1-0 in the series. And yet again, we're seeing those aerial acrobatics come from Falls, looking for the flippery doodah Phillip flip reset as Rotz will now try and go off the backboard with it, and this should just be an easy clear for Sean, but it is met by Falls at the midfield, and now we are seeing West Virginia turn on the gas on the offensive side.
So here we sit, first minute going by, neither team able to find a strike. It's a shot coming from guard, but not too threatening. Sean, I believe, setting on this one. Gilmore pass to his teammate, but cannot get it to fall, and so now it stands at an awkward point of being for both of these teams.
It is a little awkward, but what game 1 isn't awkward, to be honest, especially when we're talking about the postseason. Both teams are a little nervous, especially the goalie after that shot, barely getting up there in time to get the save and clear it away. But finally, West Virginia gets a little bit of breathing room, but guard is going to put that one right back into the danger. And now out towards the corner, Falls is able to get past Gilmore boys. Is now Sean RL will get the 50-50 touch, and the clear will come through for West Virginia. We're headed back to King's College territory.
That's a shot coming through. Rotz wanted that near post play. Another one coming off of West Virginia, but again, a save in the back end by King's College. They are under siege right now, but they are standing the test of this WVU offense, and they're bending but not breaking as they're finally able to break 3. Sean's on the backboard wanting to find this one. Rotz, though, pushing it into the corner tonight. Gilmore once again back into the mix we go. Guard 50'd hard there by Knight. Running to it is Gilmore. He wants to win the 50, but no, instead he dies. False no touch, and so it's off the backboard once again.
Yeah, this has just been non-stop, and we're just about to hit halftime. I don't want to call it just yet. Still got a couple of seconds, but this is still the longest we have gone so far without a goal on the board. Now officially past halftime, and still just 2 goose eggs on the board, 0-0. I got to say, whoever scores this first goal is just going to really be setting themselves up for a victory here in game number 2.
And it is an interesting time there, as that was an opportunity for both teams, but both squads trying to hold the line right now. 0-0. Neither team wanting to back down. Neither team blinking. And then that's going to be a I mean, I was really hoping. I lost all words because when you put a ball into the corner and a defender goes up, there's not a lot coming from it. But False was able to find that near post play.
Honestly, it was good reaction time coming from Falls. That's all right. My tongue breaks on a regular whenever I'm casting Rocket League, as well as my brain. But with that being said, what we saw Falls really just cheat up, not necessarily cheat up, but they scooted up into Kings College territory, and they were reading the play coming out from the corner, and now from midfield, Falls is just being the one-man striker. But although they did get an assist from Rots, it was a lot of control coming from Falls on that shot and getting it right under the crossbar, now making it 2-0 in favor of West Virginia.
Huge opportunity there rising, and West Virginia takes full advantage of it. As now they stand at a 2-0 lead in this second game. False been in control most of probably the second half of this game as across that midway point, and it has been all WVU at the shot, far post. Knight having to dive to save it. Sean looking for Gilmore. Gilmore denied by that stingy defense, and False once again now running for his life as that is 2 Phoenix running around each other.
I gotta say, I do like a little finesse, and we've been seeing a lot of it come from West Virginia. We've been seeing the air dribbles, we've been seeing the freestyles a little bit, and we've seen some flip resets. Not a flip reset shot just yet, but we have seen some passes come through for West Virginia, and it's stylish. It's really nice, and it's fun to see, and it's been paying off for them. They are up 2-0, and they're not slowing down. They have been holding Kings College to that big whopping goose egg, that big nil on the scoreboard, and now with under a minute left to go, they are sitting pretty comfortably.
Sitting comfort right now, but they cannot rest on their laurels. This Kings College does know how to score. They made it to the semifinals for a reason. But West Virginia up 2, feeling confident right now. They're trying to find a third to possibly put this dagger away. Gilmore with a big-time 50 to put the pressure back on. Half a minute left as False into the corner. Wants to find a clear, going low, but can't get it past him. That is a big-time touch to push it past the midfield line, and the clock continuing to milk down. Rots forced off of it, and now less than 20 seconds for Kings College. No.
Yeah, now they got a shot on target, and in guard puts their team back within striking distance. Only 1 goal down from West Virginia with 15 seconds on the clock. Foof, can they do it?
I mean, it is certainly mathematically possible, and West Virginia has been in firm control, but if they overstep just like they did, Kings College has a big chance, but it all starts on the kickoff. Guard saying it up, but a team bump is not what the doctor ordered, so discombobulation now. Less than 10 seconds. That's a touch coming from Sean. Backboard plays. Gilmore needs to step up for this. He doesn't. False with a clear, so that's going to be the end of the game, and West Virginia able to tie it up.
Honestly, that was just good time management that we saw come from West Virginia. They were able to get that 2-0 lead and run the clock out to the very end until it was too little, too late. Their defense held on, and they held it on for the majority of that match. And again, it just comes down to good time management. Honestly, if I had the amount of time management skills that West Virginia has, I'd be a straight A student.
Well, I mean, it's difficult, especially in a game like Rocket League where the clock is technically always moving, but you can't do anything to protect it like some traditional sports. And so you have to be offensively defensive or defensively offensive and find ways to not just rest on your lead, but create pressure and continue to let that clock run naturally as the other team has to expend so many resources, being it time, being it boost, or positioning to try and take that away from you.
Yeah, now we're sitting at 1 win apiece for both of these teams. So now all is fair and all is square yet again as we get game number 3 underway. And Rots starting things a little early here as Guard will send this one back towards the midfield. And now the ball finds its way into West Virginia territory, but doesn't stay there for long. Already, Foof, we are seeing a real battle for the midfield.
Well, it's always going to be a war of attrition at that midfield line. Guard wanted to find that second touch, but did not have the boost to follow it up. Stomach was a bit too big for the gas tank there. And now False lets that one go. Knight waiting for it here off the backwards. Going to go for a near post play. That's going to be on. Sean pinching it out, using that crossbar to bump, clearing the net once again. But Gilmore standing up tall. West Virginia has found their mark on the offensive end as they continue to put shot after shot after shot. And this is the first time it has been broken. And that might be breaking through the defense as False is able to make that save.
You know what's really impressive to me is King's College ability to play so much defense on the back wall, literally clinging to it and still being able to maneuver successfully and play the amount of defense that they continue to do. To me, it just feels like car-based Spidey powers, the way that they can cling to the wall and still play exceptionally.
I don't remember exactly where I heard it from at Soka, but the biggest help to me ever playing on the wall is that, listen, Five Head, the wall is no different than the ground. Gravity is a little bit obviously stranger, but no real other effect. As long as you treat the ball bouncing off the wall as we're on the ground, when you're sideways, it works pretty well, and they are doing that to perfection right now. But both teams still deadlocked here. 90 seconds have gone, and neither has found a way to break this tie as Rotz, looking for some spectacular air dribbling there, stalled out in the end by Guard.
All right, I have a big brain theory here. Every time we see West Virginia go for the air dribble, inevitably it's followed up by a flip reset. I want to see if West Virginia just goes straight up for the air dribble and doesn't go for the flip reset. Might throw off King's College, but it's just a guess. I say try it out.
Well, this is an opportunity for Sean, who was playing slow and almost got the own goal near post, but it goes off of that post instead. Egregious push there. Very excitable there by Sean, and the ball finding its way into the corner once again. Gilmore, backward play, setting it up, but False has a clear. Midfield play by Sean. That's a double commit. Need to be careful on this one, as that one's still going backward. Sean pushing it towards Rotz. Rotz wanted to pull the trigger, but it's just a far, far away touch, and that ball finds its way back onto West Virginia's half. Just over 2 minutes left to be played.
And still two buttery bagels on the board, 0-0. It's either really one-sided with these two teams. Either they're scoring like crazy or they're barely scoring at all. And now, with just 2 minutes remaining, the first goal has yet to be made, and it's still anybody's ball game, as it will be Gilmore boys to take control at the midfield, looking to get some mind games in, but the missed shot will work as a pass, and Sean R.L. will put it in, making it 1-0 in favor of King's College.
Well, he does exactly what he needs to do. He got False out of the way and then is able to not lose control totally of the ball, which keeps it on the side where Sean is. And King's College taking full advantage of it, now up by 1 with 113 seconds left in game 3, excuse me. And that's going to be another one going in off of Sean's nose as he's able to win off the kickoff.
Yep. Don't waste time. You don't have a lot of it. You got 5 minutes worth of offense to play in Rocket League. When you have the opportunity between 2 goals, might as well make it on the very next kickoff. Save as much time as possible. Now a 2-0 lead for King's College, and a nice insurance goal, just not to lax on their laurels as you say, but just to give them a little bit of insurance over West Virginia.
Now we stand at a 2-goal lead, and West Virginia needs to overcome this deficit if they want to find themselves sitting at match point. If not, they will be sitting on the opposite end. Both teams jostling for that favorable position heading into Game 4, because no matter what, who wins in any type of way or fashion, unless something strange happens, Captain Etsoka, we are going to at least see 4 in this series. And King's College right now up by 2 and are trying to put themselves at that match point position.
With that being said, college esports is anything if not a little strange. So with a minute left to go, still possible and still very much probable that they can get 2 goals on the board. But the problem is you got to get past King College's defense, and they have been on point. Their defensive positioning has been great, and their defensive rotation has been just as good. So West Virginia is going to have to get past this defense in less than 35 seconds.
And twice, and now they need to be careful as False keeps it out of his net. Gilmore, slow roller on the backboard. It's out at midfield. False in control. Rotz is there, but 50'd hard by that King's College defender. Guard, a little bit too overzealous. Knight got 2 players up. False was the only man back, and that was a position where West Virginia wanted to be, but WVU is unable to find that icebreaker for them in game 3. 10-9-8. Another shot coming on, but another one going off the crossbar. Knight puts his team in a position with 8 seconds left.
Again, it's like deja vu. This almost feels exactly the same as game number 2, where they came, of course, in game number 2, it was King's College that were able to make somewhat of a comeback and then fall within the last couple of seconds, not being able to secure the dub. But now the shoe's on the other foot, and it's West Virginia who is going to have to put up the last second effort, as Rotz will go up towards the corner. Again, goes for the flip reset, but the ball will inevitably hit the ground, and King's College will take game number 3 by only a single goal.
Well, it's kind of harkening all the way back to game 1. I mean, I guess this is just the odd game script here for King's College, just winning close ones and have WVU have this incredible burst of offense right at the end to try and find a win. But you survive the storm and now have smooth sailing. They've battened down the hatches at Soka and are now cresting at that match point, looking to close it away.
And we're not saying anything definitive, but from what the evidence has showed from game number 1 to now, getting ready to head into game number 4, whoever scores the first goal more often than not is the team that ends up winning. So once again, we're just well, in this particular series, that has been the case. We are seeing that trend. So going into the next match, I think West Virginia really needs to focus and try and score the first goal. That way they can win a little bit of momentum back in their favor.
I think it would be huge there for you to get that first goal, obviously, Captain Atsuka, but I think either team needs not worry about the first goal and be it your first offensive possession or your first defensive possession, and build off of that. Have good rotations, have very good comms, have very solid boost management, and get in control of the game early. You see teams that are able to, I'll be honest, just make plays happen from kickoffs, and it just becomes easier for them because they already have that foundation under them and being that quick goal.
Well, let's see if they can get a quick goal here, maybe just to set the tone. But King's College is doing, once again, a fantastic job on defense and is able to clear that one out and away back to the West Virginia side of the pitch. And now Sean gets the bounce shot on and nearly in, but it just barely catches the crossbar.
Just barely catching that crossbar at Soka, but still is the same result. Is that a bump onto Magic to try and knock it away? As Sean 50'd hard there by Rotz, and now you have to wonder if West Virginia can find this quick one. As Gilmore, has it on his nose. He's dribbling, got it past 1, can't get it past 2 though. Rotz with a quick shot to close that one away.
Here we are. Guard is going to let that one fall to their teammate to get the clear out, and a possible shot almost on again. King's College has been on an absolute shooting spree, but they're not finding the back of the net. Don't get me wrong. I like the idea. I like the tenacity and the aggression. Now they just need to put that aggression and focus it and aim it towards the back of the net and get these shots on target, because right now they are literally going on all sides of the goal, both the sidebars, the crossbars, everywhere but the back of the net.
I mean, it is just the old shotgun method right now. Atsuka is just putting it at the wall and seeing what sticks, and right now it is not found the back of the net like you said, but it's found almost every corner of this backboard. And in a lot of ways, it obviously doesn't feel good, but it is how you build an offense. If a team is unable to defend their backboard, you can use that for passes. But King's College and Spurt has made these plays, and that's going to be a shot off of that backboard to set it up. And Gilmore breaking the ice here with goal number 1.
And honestly, this was just a really good exchange in the beginning from Guard and Gilmore, passing at the midfield and then, channeling that to make an absolute banger touch off the backboard. And then, of course, from West Virginia defensively, they get the touch, and they don't mean to put so much power behind it, but it is enough to go off the backboard and then set up the follow-up shot coming from Gilmore boys. And now, once again, King's College is sitting at a 1-0 lead, but let's make it 2-0 as Gilmore boys will find the back of the net again, making it 2-0 in favor of King's College.
Well, I got to give a shout out. They called him the gunslinger in chat, and he is out here fanning the hammer, putting a second one in. And King's College up by 2 right now in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, remember in the previous games, literally, we had to wait until we were past halftime before any team would find the back of the net. Now King's College, before the half, is able to find 2 goals. So they are playing extraordinarily well compared to previous rounds. And now they have a pretty comfortable lead. Not too comfortable. Don't want to get too comfortable, though, as West Virginia is looking to try and get on the board for the first time here in game number 4.
It's at an interesting point, Captain. 135 seconds left. Gilmore does it again. I can't even build it up because this wall gets taller. It is 3 goals off of that car. It is now 3 goals between WVU and elimination.
What they calling him in chat? The gunslinger Gilmore, boys? Is that what they're calling him? Because this player is shooting on all cylinders and is finding the back of the net 3 times and now has a hat trick here for King's College.
The Hattie!
As we approach the 2-minute warning, and it's just looking even more difficult for West Virginia.
An awkward spot to be in for sure. As West Virginia, they have had a wonderful season. They were the favorites coming into this series. But it's as a famous man once said, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. And that's exactly what happened in game 1 and 3. And now it's threatening to happen in game 4 as well and put this series away. King's College up by 3 and 90 seconds left to be played.
And look at this, a follow-up shot from Sean R.L. just to pad the stats in the lead a little further. Now 4-0. I gotta say, King's College is doing an amazing job coming out of this right side corner. I feel like every time they shoot it, it's coming from that corner, and they're just constantly taking it there, putting shots on target, and for whatever reason, it just seems to be the Achilles heel of the West Virginia defense.
And it is just time and time again, just King's College has the secret sauce at Soka. They are serving it up, and this defense is unable to answer it, and they have to find 4 in a very short amount of time if they want to force a pivotal game 5. But right now, King's College still in control. Another touch midfield. False getting a save, and that's exactly what WVU needs. West Virginia wants to get something to build on. Maybe it's a defensive stand, a pass midfield, and a goal set there as Rotz able to break this touch.
And there we go. This is what we needed to see. Falls gets the long field pass and the waterfall down to Rotz, and just like that, we see West Virginia finally be able to stop the bleeding as King's College was able to score 4 unanswered goals. Now, with under a minute to go, they still have time. The comeback is still possible.
It is possible. It is not impossible. It is instead very difficult. You have to wonder what Sean and company are going to look to do, as they did give up that first goal in about 5 minutes time. False over 1. Gets it over 2 technically, and that's past all 3. It's on the backboard, but no real follow-up as that is a long clear. Pass midfield, attempt on a bump. False. Overstepping, gets demoed for his troubles, and when you have to send everyone, there's no one home. Guard goes the distance.
Yep, they done sent all the King's horses and all the King's men, but I don't think West Virginia is getting up again in this game. They played absolutely lights out, and the demos on top isn't going to make it any better. Only 27 seconds left to go, and King's College is sitting very nice and high on a 4-goal lead. I think it's safe to say, Foof, at this point, that a game number 4 will, in fact, go to King's College.
See, I love the double entendre there, of it meaning something different than the rhyme itself, because this has been the King's Horses and the King's Men in firm control from King's College, and they are looking to possibly crown themselves Kings, as they will be stamping. Rotz putting another one on, but this point now, 2 seconds on the clock, it is mathematically impossible for WVU to come back, but a beautiful touch. But continuing the point, they are looking to mark themselves as Kings as they move on by a 3-2 to the finals.
And how about that? Going up against literally all expectations, mine included, but this is why, of course, we don't make predictions, or at least I try not to, because I would be the worst. But gotta give a big kudos to West Virginia. Even with 0 seconds on the clock, they still put goals on, they put shots on, and they go out without a fight, and you can't ask for anything better. Just a nice firm handshake at the end of the game, and respect paid due to both teams. But King's College, as you said, will take the dub.
Big showing there. I mean, it's always something impressive when you throw a seed over that was higher than you, but overtaking the number 2 seed that swept you earlier in the season. I mean, we talked about it having it last week, and that's, always those miracles happen. Those are the underdog stories. But in the semifinals, folks, that's not supposed to happen. And now we have an 8 seed at SoCa bound to take us into a finals debut. And so, Captain at SoCa, we are going to be taking a short break, get maybe one player or two, maybe see how things go on the back end, and get someone here to talk about this game with us from the players that joins us. There we are, Twitch chat. We'll be right back.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Rocket League playoffs right here at the NECC. And once again, I am your host, Captain Atsoka, joined on the desk by Foof and our special guest again, except for this time on the phone, it is the gunslinger of King's College. It is Gilmore Boys. Gilmore, how are you feeling after that 3-1 dub over West Virginia University?
I'm feeling very excited. We came in here just hoping to win one game, and we came in here and we played really well. I mean, our team was very consistent. We rotated very well, and I think our team they pushed to the end. We pushed until we couldn't get any more goals, I think.
So obviously you talk about coming in just hoping to get 1 or 2 game wins. This is a team that beat you guys earlier in the season and pretty handily. How did you guys approach that differently? What do you think was, other than the result, what was different this week?
So we know that they have 2 outstanding players. So we just said every time they go up, just rush them. Just make sure they can't get 2 touches on the ball. No space at all. And we reviewed our gameplay from the first game and realized like we gave them too much time. So we decided we're just going to push them instantly past middle. And that's how we got a lot of our goals. We really just pushed them very hard.
All right, now Gilmore Boys, my question for you, if I may be so bold, they were calling you the gunslinger in the chat. Gunslinger Gilmore. I gotta say, like, we definitely saw where that name came from. You were shooting absolutely lights out, putting constantly shots on target, getting goals on the board. Was that part of your gameplay? Was it part of the play style and part of the play for them to just feed you the ball and you just nail it into the back of the net? Or is that just how it fell in rotation?
I think we really focused on getting a ton of shots on. I mean, we wanted to really focus on keeping the pressure, and that just kept passing middle. And once we did that, we just tried to keep stealing their boost, bumping them. I think the goals came along, and I think all of my teammates did really well passing and scoring. It was really nice to see our team playing very well.
That is amazing to hear. Well, Gilmore, I have to ask an important question. At what point in game number 4 did you know that you guys were punching your ticket to move on to the finals?
I think it was when we got that number 5 goal right there. I think that's when we realized we did it. We were able to outstand all the people that didn't think we could do it, and I think we showed that we deserve that we can go to the top, and hopefully maybe we might play Northwood at the end, and you never know, we might come through.
You do never know, Gilmore. Well, I got to say thank you for joining us. And before we move on, I'm going to ask you, do you have any shout-outs you want to make?
I would love to shout out to my mom. She's not feeling well right now, so I hope that she feels better in the future. I love you, Mom.
Get better, Gilmom. Oh, my goodness, that's okay. A 3-0 and then a 3-1. I mean, I got to say, I am having a great time myself, but I'm getting ready to play a little bit of hooky on you, Captain, as you have pulled a little bit of a Herculean effort here. So, you prepped for that?
Oh, what, 100%. I came into this, and it's every week I come onto the NECC. They say, hey, Cap, what you want to do this week? And I said, I want all the smoke. Everything you got, throw it at me. I'm ready for it. And honestly, this is the first week that they said, you know what? We'll give you all the smoke. So guess what? I'm going to be pretty busy for the rest of the day.
Well, Twitch chat, you heard it here first. Thank you guys for stopping by and allowing me to yell at you for a bit. I'm going to be playing hooky. I'm going to be stepping off. Captain Nettoge's going to be picking up a new guest. He's got Novanta coming to join him in the booth, and that's always a fun duo. So stay where you are. NECC Rocket League semifinals. We'll be back in a bit.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the playoffs for Rocket League right here at the NECC. Once again, I am your host, Captain Atsoka, joined in the booth by one of the best casters to ever grace the stage of Rocket League. It is Novanta.
Well, with an intro like that, now I can't drop the ball. Captain's orders. I love being here. I love being here with the NECC. We're going to have ourselves a good time. 4 series. We're going to be in the booth back to back to back to back. It's going to be a good one.
And of course, I had to give you that legendary intro. You got the championship belt right behind you. You deserve nothing less than the championship intro. But in all seriousness, though, it has been so long since we got the cast together. I am so excited to be in the booth with you once again. Could you give us a little bit of a lowdown on what to expect as we head into this next match?
We're going to kill us what's going to expect us. But no, seriously, our next up matchup is going to be Kings College Gold against JW White in the Navigators Yellow Divisions playoffs. So there's no margin for errors or mistakes. Kings up first. Let's look at this roster. Juicy, just a pass and shot by Penguin, 2 freshmen and a sophomore. Around the horn with their backgrounds. Doesn't mean anything when it comes to the pitch. All that matters, they got to get those dubs.
Now, just to make it abundantly clear for everybody watching at home, this is Kings College Gold, and who we just saw previously win that 3-0 sweep was Kings College Red. So it's 2 different teams. But with that being said, let's take a look at JWU White. Let's see the lineup on the other side of the field, and it's going to be first up for JWU. It is Jack Plox. In the number 2 spot, we have Nimpit Realm, an empty realm. Okay, it took me a minute to wheel a fortune my way into figuring that name out. But last but not least, it's Speedy GG Game, and that right there is your lineup for JWU White.
First of all, I want to say those are 2 really sharp logos, but more importantly, playoff situation here. It was 7-2 record for Kings College with a 5-4 record for JW White. If there's an advantage based strictly on games, it's Kings College Gold, but you and I both know, Captain, Rocket League ain't paper.
It really ain't. Like, if this has been evidence of anything so far at the playoffs at the NECC for Rocket League, it's that every single team that has come in with the higher record so far has ended up losing. It has been insane that some of these teams coming in here that are like the number 6, the number 8 seed, and they're winning out over number 1 and number 2 seeds. It has been a day. It has been a playoff season for upsets and breaking expectations. And honestly, Novanta, I'm all here for it.
Yes, what I'm talking about. Now, they met head-to-head once before in the regular season with Kings College getting the advantage. Let's see if this happens again today. 5 minutes on the clock, the fastest 5 minutes in esports.
Well, here we go, and already a demolition on the board. You know I love to see that. It's shot by Penguin. We'll get the swish and the flick to get past 1, as this will go out towards the wayside again, followed up by Kings College Gold to put this one down, but not in to the side of JWU White, as the touch will go up high, now looking to find the back of the net, but only finds Jack Blocks, and finds Jack Blocks again, and a whiff coming from Speedy GG. Is going to take even more time to clear this one out, as Juicy will put this one off the backboard. And Novanta, it seems like JWU is having a little bit of trouble getting out of their own half, as just a pass will put this one an absolute laser into the upper 90, and that will be the first goal for Kings College Gold.
Like 2 knuckles in the back of your neck. Talk about awkward pressure, but it works out for Kings Gold. They bring the deadlock first, 1-0.
And what an insane goal that was, Novanta. I got to ask you, what do you think was the leverage that Kings College Gold had to get such a banger of a shot? And already they're going to score 2. Novanta, what is going on with Kings College Gold?
The best way to describe this is like the sport of baseball. You're expecting fastballs down the middle because it's playoffs, but these have been really knuckleballs, curveballs, off-speed balls all over the place. No one is there in time because no one is expecting it, and Kings Gold going their way with a little bit of a ransom. 2 goals scored, 2 goals unanswered.
I don't know what they're putting in the water over there at Kings College, but they are doing extraordinary. They're doing something right, but JWU is going to answer back insanely fast right off the kickoff. And with that cheat up from Jack Block, sending an absolute laser into the back of the net of Kings College Gold. And now they will cut the lead in half. They are within striking distance of just 1 goal.
I'm a firm believer the first goal is always important. If Kings Gold score like 4 or 5 without JW answering, I will say, hey, what's going on with the scoring attack? But now, only 1 goal separates these 2 sides, and I see a little bit more bite with that very aggressive cheat from JWU.
And it's so funny because in the previous matchup that we saw with Kings College Red and West Virginia, it was always just a slow-paced game. It was more often than not a 0-0 scoreline until we finally broke past halftime. But we're sitting at 3 minutes and 42 seconds, and there have been 3 goals scored already.
This is what I love about the game of Rocket League. It's not all pretty. It's not all beautiful. We talk about good rotations and formations. So far, this ain't it. This is scrap. This is smash mouth. This is backyard play. And that's what I like about being more aggressive on that ball.
Let's see who's going to have more aggression here as Jay-Woo White still looking to equalize. They are down 1 goal as Kings College Gold is on defense, but hold the phone. Oh, no, not to say it ain't so. We just saw an own goal.
Look at that. Was a little bit overzealous on that wall. I've been fooled there before, and it was poked going the other way. Again, it's about a goal of surprise. Seems to be the theme here so far. Not even 2 minutes elapsed, and we have ourselves 4 goals scored. Between these two sides, we're tied at deuce apiece.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to hear any arguments from Jay-Woo White. It does say in Rocket League Proverbs, line 52, stanza 38, that we, in fact, take those.
Citation needed, yeah. 3 minutes ago. Yeah, I wonder who's going to be a 3-goal run for JW White. Imagine that, being down by 2 goals, finding a way to get out ahead would be a lot, basically a feather in their cap there if they're able to do it.
Well, look at this. It looks like Kings Gold looking to try and score again as they are just keeping this ball inside of the danger, but finally it gets cleared out into the side of Kings Gold, but that's not going to stop them from playing offense. They're taking the ball right on back, and that pass was just a little bit too spicy for the teammate of Kings College Gold to get a real good read on it. And shot by Penguin is just going to keep this one into the corner, but Kings College Gold is constantly just applying the pressure, just wondering when Jay-Woo is going to be able to break out of their own half.
You know what? I don't want to sound like an old fogey. I don't want to sound like a curmudgeon, but there's really no reason to be this aggressive if you don't have a scoring idea in your mind. Look, I understand going to a door with a sledgehammer and see if you can knock it down, but what we're seeing now is all these goals aren't coming from triple flip resets. They're coming from just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Slow it down. Get that possession up. You may have more chances to score. Like right here, empty realm a shot, but it's cleared away.
Yeah, empty realm. If only had a little more boost, probably could have found a goal there. But still, we're sitting very comfortably at this 2-2 scoreline, and this is something a little bit more familiar where both teams are a little stagnated, and we're seeing a stalemate on the field as it will be shot by Penguin to get the shot on target, but not in, and we'll pick up a demo for their trouble. Is now an empty realm is going to send this one back into the corner of Kings College Gold. An empty realm following it up, trying to get the pass off into the middle, but we'll find 3 Kings College Gold teammates instead.
Yeah, I like the fact they're able to swarm their opponents when need to be, and Kings Gold has to figure out their problem. You scored 2 goals quickly, but in a little bit of a drought here. You got to do whatever you can to get back to really tell JW White we're not going to roll over game 1.
And now JW White all in the same place at the same time. They got bunched up on the side, finally able to find their footing in the defensive positioning as Empty Realm is able to clear this one past the midfield. And now Kings College Gold trying to clear this one out, but an Empty Realm is going to keep this one in as finally the long clear comes out for Kings College Gold, and they're able to put this one back into Jay-Woo territory.
Well, now we have, less than a minute to go here. We're at a stalemate. I can tell you one thing I did not expect was going to happen. Possibly will be a possibility, will be an overtime situation. Now, if you're Kings College Gold, you got to do whatever you can to break the deadlock, and that has to happen as soon as possible.
It most certainly does, unless we run the clock out and just head into extra minutes. Everybody likes a good overtime. We like the golden goal, but with just 15 seconds left to go, one of these teams can still end it in regulation as Speedy GG is going to put this one nice and high for just a pass to get the touch and send this towards the midfield. And now we got whiff after whiff, but the shot will go on and off the crossbar, and no one from Jay-Woo White to follow it up. Novata, we have ourselves overtime.
I actually disagree about overtime situations. Games are about skill. Overtime's about momentum. And if momentum is anything, it's JW White. If you're Kings Gold, you got to end this as quick as possible. But as long as it goes on, it's going to favor that blue side.
And this is what I love about OT, because we constantly talk about this in Rocket League Esports, is that some teams have a knack. They have an X factor, an extra layer of skill and affinity for overtime. And some teams are overtime teams and some teams just aren't.
Couldn't be me. I'm terrible. I fold so easily when it comes to that pressure. You're on stream. You know any mistake can end the game, can really shift the balance of a series. Let it happen in regulation. Overtime gets me skittish, and I'm just casting this one. Bang!
Oh my goodness. What a read and dunk and a 50-50 coming from Jack Blocks. Look at this dunk, an absolute banger. Bouncing off the ground into the upper 90. No one is saving that. Put a fork in it. It is done. And that is game number 1 in favor of Jay-Woo White.
No, I'm not going to knock Jay-Woo White because they found a way to scratch a claw to get back in this game. But you have a 2-goal advantage for Kings College Gold. And not only did you let your opponent back into the contest, you dropped that first game. This is what we're talking about. When you get those counterattacks, when you have those goals scored against, you have to find a way to manufacture goal to stop the bleeding. They didn't do that, and they are down at a 1-game deficit in this best of 5.
And that was the crazy thing about that game number 1 is that for the entire, I guess not the entire match, but for the majority of the match, it looked like Kings College definitely had the momentum in their favor. They were controlling the pace of the game, and they were able to hold on to a lead for so long until Jay-Woo was finally able to equalize. And then when it came to OT, it just seemed like Jay-Woo White was more of an overtime team.
Yeah, overtime is just like rolling the dice. If you don't know where your positions are, you don't know where your rotation is going to be, it really is playing a game of chance. Kings Gold have an opportunity here to equalize their series tally, but tactics have to change.
Oh, and this is great. I love the Forbidden Temple map. Some people in Rocket League might disagree with me, but this is probably one of my favorite new additions for maps in Rocket League, and I get excited anytime that we get to play here, especially here at the NECC. And without further ado, let's get this series underway.
You know what? What's going to get me canceled? I'm more of a Farmstead Night guy. That's right, I said it.
I like Farmstead too. I don't have a problem with it at all, especially the night mode. Again, you know, a lot of these non-meta maps that people don't like, me and Novanta, we just hit different. We like a little variety.
Yeah, respect, but we have the first 30 seconds here. We're still tied at 0 apiece, and I was asking for a bit of a tactic shift from Kings Gold, and we're seeing that a little bit more now. A bit more wide in the top third of that net to spread around the attack. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Only time will tell as we approach the first minute of play, and still, as my friend Kendo would say, we got some goose eggs on the board, but not for long. And Empty Realm is able to just get a nice read off the backboard and tap this one right on in.
Well, sometimes the best goals are ones that are flashy. JWU had the momentum. Why not have one more? A bit of an encore, if you will. They score first.
They most certainly do, and like we said, scoring that first goal can be oh so important because it sets the tone for the remainder of the game. But with 4 minutes left to go, still plenty of time to equalize for Kings Gold. And now Speedy GG is going to get the whiff here, but an Empty Realm is there to follow it up as Speedy GG gets the bump, and now an Empty Realm not going to follow that one up. This will come off the backboard. Now a shot down on and in. An Empty Realm finds the 2-goal lead for Jay-Woo White.
Well, this was a shot that I took an extra shot than needed, but it was hit top of the key and brought back down by an Empty Realm. And the question not to become a 2-goal advantage for JWU, it's more of a 4-minute scoring drought for Kings Gold.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Remember, Kings Gold did go down in the first game, so right now they are sitting at 1-0 in the series scoreline and 2-0 in game number 2. They are going to have to answer back if they want to salvage any type of momentum back in their favor, and nearly finding the back of the net there to do just that, but it goes down off the sidebar and down by the wayside.
So this is what really worked out for Kings Gold in that first minute and a half. They just came out with an attack that was kind of awkward. I remember mentioning that. It was like weird off speed. It was kind of like slow tap balls just being loose in front of the net. No team really could have an idea what to do. JWU found a way to adapt to that. And the best of 5 or even best of 7 series, you have to have more than one tactic to really put your opponent on the back heel. And that's how you do it, getting on the board.
Oh, yeah, there's a tactic that'll work for you right here. How about some 1v1 tactics? But let's make it a 1v2. Yes. As we see, shot by a Penguin getting past not 1 but 2 defenders, breaking all the axles in their way to get on the board and cut Jay-Woo's lead in half with only 3 minutes still remaining.
This is what I'm talking about, because we're just so used to having passing plays and wall plays, your opponent thinks you don't do that, and you say, okay, I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to do a solo dribble and break everyone's axles. Well, there you go. And you got yourself a goal for that. The question becomes now, will Kings Gold try that again, or will they have something else up their sleeve?
Let's see what indeed is up their sleeve as we see a Jack Blocks. Going to be putting this one over and towards the side, an easy clear for Kings Gold. Now Speedy GG not having much doing there in the corner, as an Empty Realm trying to find some more success, has 50 boosts to work with, as just a pass will get the 50-50 to send this one out and towards the side. Now an Empty Realm trying to get through the King's Gold defense, but I have to say, Novanta, King's Gold is holding up well on their own side.
Well, you know what? It has to be really about not so much the rotation necessarily, but their spread. So many people are doing this one-on-one, kind of like man-to-man. King's Gold is switch is kind of this isometric kind of thing. Really have a lot more space of ground to cover. And even though it's only one goal that separates them, I got to give a bit of a psychological advantage. You're seeing JW kind of break apart the scoring tactics. But as I say that caster blessing, they find a way to score to shut me up. An Empty Realm, another one here. Look at this one. Mid-pitch, passed on. It was a bad back pass, and it was shot on.
Yeah, you honestly literally caught every single defender from King's Gold out of position. We saw a lot of cars turned backwards. We saw one that wasn't in the right position. And honestly, it was just catching King's Gold napping. And JWU was able to take advantage. And now once again, they have the insurance goal, the 2-goal lead with only a minute and 35 left on the clock.
Well, let me ask you this, Captain Azuka. You're a professional player, formerly. You know, if you're King's Goal, you're seeing a 2-goal advantage in the last 90 seconds of the game. What do you think they should do?
Well, let's see. I would consider myself a formal semi-professional at best. No near the skill level of Speedy GG here, being able to come up clutch and get this touch to put this one into the back of the net. But honestly, if I'm on the side of King's College Gold, I'd hate to say it, but I'm looking forward to the next match at this point. It's a 3-goal deficit. You still have time on the clock, but the point still remains. You want to try and get as many goals on the net as possible. Get your shot count up. I feel like they're being outpaced and outshot by Jay Woo White. So right now their goal really is to get shots into the back of the net, get shots on target, and increase your shot count just like that, as Juicy25 is able to find the back of the net for the second time for King's College.
Well, look at the 2 goals scored. One was a solo effort play, and another one was a Pilford goal. These were talking about variety of goals that really opens up the defense. And 2 goals in the minutes, definitely possible, definitely doable, but King's Goal has to use those left and right flanks to their advantage.
So far, so good. Still in the favor of JWU, but hold the phone. Nearly another goal for King's Gold, but it gets cleared out by Jay Woo White. Now the ball finds its way back into King's Gold territory, as it will be 50 down in front of the net. Shot by a Penguin is there, but Juicy gets there right at the last second, but they are not out of the woods yet. Shot by a Penguin. He's going to send this one up high as Jack Blocks is able to get up in time, find the touch, and put it down and in. It is yet another goal for Jay Woo White.
This is actually the first goal that makes me shake my head and just put it up on a platter for the defense, and any team worth the assault has to make them pay. JW does that, and now that could possibly be the nail in the coffin for game 2.
It really does seem that way. The only thing I could think of that might have gone wrong on the defensive side is that they didn't have boost. Other than that, I don't know why you don't go up and challenge, and I don't know why we don't go up to challenge this one either. Jack Blocks again, putting one on target and in off the pass from Empty Realm, and it just seems that JWU White is now just running away with it.
Look, I had a metaphor about the whole dagger and having another dagger, but I have to give props to Jack Blocks. A lot of teams would have rotated out of that situation, but Jack Blocks played up and got another goal gifted for them. May not work for them now because this game is pretty much in hand, but those are things you want to put sure you have employed as a playoff run goes on for them.
And now with the remaining 15 seconds, I think it's all but formality. You know, it's all but over except the crying here in game number 2, as Jay-Woo going to be winning in an almost opposite fashion. They had to go, first of all, Jay-Woo in the previous game were down the majority of the game. The majority of the time, it was going in the favor of King's Gold, and they had to come back to equalize and win in OT. This time, it was a one-sided venture, all in favor of Jay-Woo White.
So here's what happens. The team has a bit of a struggle trying to get themselves acclimated to what's needed. And in game 2, it was all JWU. Yeah, sure, we got some goals conceded in the form of King's Gold, but they didn't seem like they were pretty much well earned. Maybe one was. It really was a JWU game top to bottom.
Yeah, and honestly, the stats also agree. It was unfortunately one-sided into the favor of JWY. And I say unfortunate not to disparage any team here. It's just unfortunate because when we come into the NECC, we come and watch these high competitive games. We always want that close game. We always wanted to go into OT, which we were blessed to have in game number 1, but it didn't come through in game number 2. As we get ready to head into game number 3, I expect a little bit more resurgence and a sign of life coming out from King's College Gold.
Absolutely. We mentioned at the top of the series, Kings College Gold had a head-to-head meeting with JWU White. Kings College Gold actually got the dub. Kind of flipped up for them now, but I do think they can pretty much get a game or two. But we have ourselves a note from production. The game itself, Rocket League's being updated. That means we gotta take a special break because we can't play Rocket League without Rocket League, baby.
That's right. So do not go anywhere. We got to update this game to make sure we're on top of everything for all things Rocket League. So thanks again to Psyonix for making sure that we have a great game of Rocket League. But don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello and welcome back after that break, and we have officially gotten our Rocket League updated, so we're headed straight back into this match between Jaewoo White and Kings College Gold. Jaewoo, of course, up 2-0 in the series scoreline.
When an updated game comes, now it sets a renewal there. Hopefully he can use his advantage for Kings College, and then Kings College, they do that. They score first, not even 20 seconds elapsed.
Yeah, they're coming off of this break nice and clean. Kings College getting the first goal here of game number 3. Now, with that in mind, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Novanta, but they are actually on match point. If Jaewoo wins again, they will take the series 3-0.
Absolutely, it's a best-of-5 situation. Jaewoo White has 2 wins in there, and they are not going out without a fight. Jaewoo White has the equalizer, and not even 30 seconds have gone. In the corner, hit the top of the wall to see it, track it, bring it down. Jack Plox, the hero so far, continues heroic ways.
Absolutely. Only 26 seconds gone, and already we have 2 goals on the board, 1 apiece off of that kickoff, and now the kickoff goes into the favor of Kings College. Juicy looking to follow things up here, doesn't have an answer for that, as the 50-50 will go to just a pass back and towards Jaewoo territory, but hold the phone. The pressure from Jaewoo's offense finds its way into Kings College, but the rebuttal will come through as we head back to the midfield, and just a pass is going to get just a demo on Speedy GG as Juicy finds the rebuttal to send this one back into Jaewoo territory.
Well, we all know about updates are kind of a natural order for things, but either way, it was a bit of a break between these two teams. It's kind of seeing how these teams are going to adapt with the extended downtime. Even though we're tied 1-1, those goals came from 2 different kind of ways. JW White, Kings College Gold, looking for the tiebreaker here.
Yeah, both of these teams going to be hoping to find a tiebreaker soon, because I don't know if you recall, but in the previous matches, the last time we were tied, it lasted for quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
And eventually had to take it all the way to OT.
No one likes OT. I know I don't. Some teams love it. I know you were saying some teams love it, but it makes me skittish. It makes me nervous. It makes me go, ooh, I can't believe it. But with a minute and a half gone, another score has come past that net after the first 2 goals here. JW White, Kings College goal locked up at 1 apiece.
And then Jack Blocks looking to find the back of the net again as an empty realm gets the back pass over the Speedy GG, and now Juicy will go up to get the beat over Speedy as this goes back out and towards the side. Speedy GG in the retreat, and only Jack Blocks in the back to defend as the follow-up shot will come through and in for Juicy. 2-5 and a nice low 5 for Kings College Gold.
Talk about an unassuming goal. Just comes around. I said, hey, you know what? Why not put the card there just for funsies? But if it goes in, why not? Nothing more fun than that. 2-1. Kings College has the advantage.
And they desperately need it, because remember, if they go down here, they will go down in the playoffs. And Jaewoo still down by 1 goal. We might be seeing a resurgence coming from Kings College Gold, but can they keep it up with 2 minutes and 45 left on the clock? An Empty Realm fights their way back towards the midfield as Speedy GG will get the 50-50 and the follow-up. Now an Empty Realm back on the other side is able to get past 1 defender and has a teammate to work with. The pass play comes through, but it is off target.
Well, that was kind of the unfortunate thing about it. Pass plays are something we haven't seen too much of in this series, and that would have been great if that shot was anywhere on that net, because the defense wasn't expecting it. We weren't expecting it. So more of that, please.
Let's see if we can get more. Jack Blocks is able to get the 50-50 past 1, but not past 2. And now back and towards the side is just a pass. Not finding the ball here as Jack Blocks is able to take this one out to the corner. Now just a pass, looking for a pass, but only finds an Empty Realm as Empty Realm goes back towards the midfield. And so far, Kings College is holding on to that midfield line with an iron fist.
Well, it's interesting because the first 2 games I was saying Kings College was doing more of that ISO defense, but now they switched back to their man-to-man that worked out for them so much. Basically cutting off the space there, and that could have been a shot to give themselves some daylight between them and JWU. I love the little bit of aggression, not aggression for the sake of being aggressive, as we saw in game 1, but aggression with intention. That's how you win games.
And they had all the intention, as now they are still Kings College holding on to that 1 goal lead, but with 1 minute and 20 remaining, still plenty of time for JWU to try and equalize. A nice pass there going out and towards the mid, and it will find Speedy, and Speedy finds the back of the net.
No, no, no. You don't want to do that. That wayward touch was basically clipped off and it was passed over. Speedy had to do some acrobatics to get there in time, but either way, that ball was sailing right in front of the net. And JW White finds a way to equalize. And I said before the break that the last time these two teams were head-to-head, Kings College had the advantage. But when you have two leads like this, getting erased as quickly, as emphatically as they have been, I wonder about the prospects of them walking with a dub today.
Yeah, you can tell I wasn't expecting that pass play to go in because my voice cracked in the middle of a stream. That was insane. I was so surprised with that pass play. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't like insane or anything, but it was just nice textbook fundamental Rocket League, and that is more often than not is what pays off as we are tied here 2-2 with 45 seconds remaining, and now the pass play coming out from Jack Blocks trying to find a teammate again, but Speedy GG is going to hold things there at the midfield, but here comes the follow-up by Shot by Penguin. Has a teammate in the mid, and they will connect. The 1-2 touch is just a pass, makes just a 1-goal shot.
Not sure it was calculated, just a crime of opportunity right here. It was stuffed and squeezed, went all the way mid, but it's good to be that second scoring option right in front of goal. Just not sure where it was going to come, but being there is what matters. Kings College have a slight advantage within the last 30 seconds of this one.
Yep, 33 remaining, and Kings College Gold has the 3-2 lead. So now with 25 seconds on the clock, it's up to J-Woo White to try and equalize. Juicy is going to get the swish and flick to send this one up sky high and off the ceiling. The 50-50 will send this one off the upper 90, and an empty realm puts this one into the back of the net once again, tying us up 3-3.
Captain, what happened? I had my head down, I was running down my notes, but that last goal, I blink, and now another tie. We're getting ties left and right. JW White will never say die. Final moments here, and we have 3 goals on either side of this one.
Well, instead of tossing up hundreds, these two teams have been tossing up 50s. 50-50s back to back to back, and that's what we just saw from J-Woo. They won 2 and then 3 50s in a row to get the waterfall touch and send it into the back of the net. It has just been a 50-50 game throughout as we will head into extra minutes. We're going to OT.
Winning 50s, just built different, bro. Last time we were in an overtime situation, JW White found a way to dig deep, but let's see if they can find a way to repeat themselves. I know Kings College wants to win the series, but to do that, they got to force the game 4.
Well, let's see if we can make it there. Remember, this is the golden goal here. Whoever scores will take the dub here in OT, and there it is. As soon as it started, it is finished. Just a pass puts this one into the back of the net to get game number 3 in favor of Kings College Gold.
Yeah, empty run was a little bit off balance, tried to knock it away, but the ceiling was almost a phantom assist there. Kings College forced that game 4.
They most certainly did, and they came back in a spectacular fashion. They had their backs against the wall, but Novanta, sometimes that's when teams and players play their best, when they truly have to.
Well, you talk about the momentum that JW had. I mean, they had a situation where they were down early in that first game. They found a way to have a scoring tactic, but then came the break. It happens, not blaming anyone for anything, but I'm seeing a little bit of a shift there in the energy. Kings College found a way to get back to their winning ways.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, that's how, we saw a lot of these games go. A team will be going down throughout the majority of regulation time, and then once it goes into OT, it's all of a sudden a turnaround, and that's what we just saw from Kings College Gold. It looked as though JW Wu was doing their best to equalize, sending it into OT, and then Kings College Gold just took control there in extra minutes, and really extra seconds, because it didn't last that long. It only took 18 seconds of overtime for Kings College to find the back of the net and send us into a game 4.
This can easily be a game 5 if Kings College does one thing and one thing alone, and that is short, secure passes to pass up with the teammate up pitch. We've seen too many booming clears. They got lucky, well, I'll say that, in this overtime period because that ball was hanging right in front of the net. It won't happen again against a team as strong as JWU.
Well, let's see how this one will unfold. Will Kings College be able to take the distance and win yet another game, sending us into a game 5? Only time will tell here in game number 4. As Shot by Penguin is going to come up to get the 50 again. Now remember, we know how important those 50-50s can be, Novanta.
Yeah, 50-50s are really important, especially about establishing dominance and getting that possession. It really tells your opponent that you're willing to not hang back and wait for the counterattack. You're willing to snuff out attacks as they happen. Those are the kind of things that really plays on that psychological game of Rocket League, the unspoken game of Rocket League.
Here's Shot by Penguin is going to get beat out by the opposition, and now just a pass trying to take this one out, but it will be Jaewoo White to barely kiss the crossbar, and the follow-up shot does the exact same as the ball finds its way back into JWU territory.
Well, how many times have you been in this situation there, Captain? Two teams with a different tactics deploying them at the same time, still working a tie, wondering who's going to be the one to flinch first, who's going to be the one to concede to really give themselves or their opponents a disadvantage and that deficit that they climb out of.
And now we see Speedy GG going to fall victim to a demolition. And what a demolition it was as this heads back towards the corner. And now the touch goes down and the pinch going back towards the midfield is Juicy. Is there to sweep things up, gets the touch. Now with a mistouch coming from JWU. This could be a scoring opportunity, but luckily for Jaewoo, they are able to recover to clear this one out.
Lucky is a namer there. Could have been easily popped up and passed to have that first goal of the game. But as I say that, Kings College does it anyway. That's what good teams and great teams do. They find a way to manufacture goals out of seemingly nowhere.
Yeah, right now, if I'm capping, just say Caps capping, but it seems like just a pass is scoring more than passing. They are finding the back of the net yet again here in game number 4, and they will get the first goal of the game, making it 1-0 in favor of Kings College.
Captain never caps. Never.
That's a cap.
Fair enough.
All right, and now back to the game we go. Just over 3 minutes to go, and Kings College looking to score again, possibly sending us into game number 4, but with 3 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time left for Jaewoo to equalize. Speedy GG sends this one into the corner. And now with the touch and follow-up from Kings College, it goes back towards the midfield as an Empty Realm has an opportunity to get 2 touches, but no more than that. It is now Jack Blocks sending this one out of the corner, looking for the pass play, but they only find whiffs, as it will be Kings College to take possession again.
Well, let me cut in here. That last exchange, the one before there, was a perfect example of what I've been saying. You have a ball right in front of your net, your Kings College, you collect it, and you boom it to the mid-pitch to no one in particular. Well, I understand you want to get things out of the scoring auspices of your goal, but you got to set yourself up for your own scoring attack or a passing play. Just booming it downfield is giving the possession away to your opponent, and that's why JW White, win, lose, or draw, has won the possession game, and if you have the ball, you can score with the ball. We're tied once more.
Yeah, an Empty Realm just coming out of the corner here, getting that touch and the flick to send it up to Jack Blocks. That was that overall aggression you were talking about, that speedy play coming through in a major way, tying us all back up at 1 with just over 2 minutes left to go.
Well, this one was crazy. For a second there, I thought it's going to be Kings College game to win, but we saw a little bit of other sloppy offensive attack, a little bit of capitalization from JWU, and now we have the tie game where momentum is everything. Less than 2 minutes to go, and this one shot's on frame, and Speedy GG says, forget a tie, we're going to give ourselves an advantage.
Yeah, Speedy GG just read the defense like a pop-out book, and then a friendly bump coming from Kings College. Kings College just committed a little bit of goofy goobery, pish-posh, poppycock, poo-diggery, and hogwash. Just good old-fashioned skylarking on the side of Kings College.
I mean, you said skylarking, but I was still on pop-up book. I mean, those are hard to read. I'm just saying. I mean, 3D and... But you're right there, Captain.
Well, with a minute and, well, just over a minute 40. Now Jaewoo had the lead, but no longer. Novanto, we are tied yet again.
So here's what happened here. A shot in the corner that draws one person in the corner that was pretty much going absolutely nowhere. That stresses the defense, having 2 cars available, but 1 car going the right direction to knock off an attack at an awkward angle. Most teams will drop that goal. It happened there, and now we're tied once more.
Are we sure we're in game number 4? Because this just feels like game number 3 all over again. We're tied back at 2. We can't stay tied for too long before another team scores, and then the one follows up with that, and eventually we're tied yet again. If at this rate, Novanto, we're just going to end up into another overtime.
Well, you know what? When it's playoff season, you do everything for it. This is what we're looking for. This is what we deserve here as fans of NECC, one of the best Rocket League organizations on the planet. Look at a 2-2 tie game, and it really is anyone's game here in Game 4 at Utopia.
And it most certainly is, especially with just over a minute left to go. Still tied at 2 apiece as this goes down and towards the corner. Kings College trying to get out of their own territory as now just a pass will win a crucial 50-50 to send this one back towards the midfield. Shot by Penguin there and lurking as Juicy puts this one back towards the mid, but it is found by Speedy GG, who will put this towards the corner, now getting a 50 inside of King's College territory. The shot will go down, and it will go wide as the clear comes through for King's College.
This could be very fictitious for them. This one is a little bit of a dogfight. Demos and bumps are coming out of absolutely nowhere. You can tell JW White does not want to have a game 5, and it shows.
Not only that, but I don't think JWU wants to go into OT. The last time they went into OT against King's College, they lost in a matter of 18 seconds. King's College is a deadly team to go up against when you're in extra seconds. So if you're JWU, you're going to want to try to end this one in regulation as they go now to the last 5 seconds of regulatory play. And with the final second ticking off the clock and the ball in the dirt, Novanta, we're heading into OT.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Overtime is a different beast entirely. The regulation time is about skill. The overtime is about momentum. And right now it's JWU White. To be King's College, kind of the flip of the last time we're in overtime. You got to score as quick as possible to give yourself a game 5 situation.
Well, here we go. Shot by a Penguin. Putting this one down towards Jay-Woo. Jack blocks. Looking to end this one here and now. But we'll find the corner and the putback nearly there by an Empty Realm. But it goes by the wayside. Jay-Woo taking some shots early here in OT.
Those are the kind of shots you kind of wish that the word unfortunate was a quick shot. So close to putting things past the net, but it wasn't the case with a shot top of the key. I thought for sure that would have been our goal to break this tie here in overtime. And as it goes right now, everyone's playing up. Everyone wants to be a hero. Nobody wants to concede. It's a dogfight.
And that's what's crazy, because normally when you go into overtime, of what we've seen most in competitive Rocket League is that teams show a lot more respect, they play a lot more defense, and they play a lot more cautious. Not these two. King's College and Jay-Woo are taking the gloves off in overtime as we pass a minute, and both teams are just going at each other's throats right now.
I understand that, but if you're King's College, the one thing that JW is not doing is using the left and right flanks to their advantage. Everyone's going down Broad Street, everyone's going down Broadway. Both teams can't do that because you're going to have yourselves a little bit of that ping pong, a little bit of that log jam. You vary up your angles, you vary up your passing tactics. You give yourself more opportunity to put things on frame.
Shot by a Penguin gets beat by Jack Blocks there in the midfield. Now Jack Blocks putting one on target, and it comes out juicy. Literally getting that one by a pixel, is able to knock it out and prevent the goal win for Jay-Woo.
What a save. Making sure you don't give up on a play. That's where grit comes from. Those are the things playoff teams have to have in their arsenal to give themselves more chance to persevere, and I love to see it.
Unbelievable. Juicy just denied the winning goal for JWU, but they have not given up on the offense. JWU still trying to apply all the pressure they can. An Empty Realm sees a player there in the middle, goes for the pass. Jack gets up and puts the ball down and in. That will be your game number 4 in favor of Jay-Woo. They will take the game and they will take the series.
Well, JWU supporters were probably holding on to their chest throughout this series, but it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. That game was pretty much all them. They get it in 4. Congratulations, GGs, for all teams involved, but JW White wins this one.
They most certainly do, and they did it in a spectacular fashion. But again, like you said, GG's to King's College and to JW for putting up such a tremendous fight, taking it all the way, nearly bringing us into a game 5. We thought several times King's College was going to make the comeback and take it to the distance, but JW was just too aggressive, and they wanted to end it there and now, and they stop it from going to a game 5. They ended in 4.
Well, they did it, and they did it in overtime. They really say, hey, look, we own that space. We own that area of the game. Their opponents next week is probably watching that, shaking their boots, being like, look, JW's found a way to dig deep. They were the quote-unquote weaker seed. They were 6th seed going in. They found a way to win in 4. This could be very scary for this bracket.
It most certainly can, and that has been the story of the playoffs so far. All these lower seeded teams are beating the higher seeded teams. But that's enough of both of us, Jabberjaw, and let's get some opinions on some of the people and players that were on the field. We're going to have an interview lined up for you shortly, right after this break.
Welcome back to NECC. We just got word from Jack Plox, who unfortunately couldn't be here for his interview. Just want to say shout out to JW Wu. Much love to the stream. That hype supported them and the hype. But we gotta roll on. But as always, I'm not alone. Being joined by the captain himself, Captain Etso. How's it going, sir?
Right, it's going fantastic. I don't know what the gun fingers was about because there's no guns in Rocket League. But regardless, we are having an absolute fantastic time, and we're getting ready to head into our next match, which is going to be Cumberland Phoenix and RMC Varsity.
Absolutely, teams are ready to go, so let's get into it. This is another best of 5 here. Number 2 seed in Cumberland against the number 6 seed in RMC Varsity. And usually I would say number 2 has the advantage, but Captain, you said it right. Teams that are been, quote unquote, the weaker side have basically shown up and shown out here in playoff situations.
They most certainly have. And not to mention, it's been throughout the entire playoffs from last week to this week. It has been the lower seeded team that has come up clutch and been able to get these victories like we just saw in the previous matchup. Let's see if it will be replicated here between Cumberland and RMC Varsity. Game number 1 is officially underway.
So Cumberland's going to be in that blue, RMC Varsity in that neon yellow. And I know if you look at that last series about who really scored first, was able to control pace of play. I understand first games are a sussing out period, but it will do any team here, behoove them, if you will, to score early and often.
Let's see who's going to score first, as it will be RMC Varsity on the defensive side right now. That midfield pass was just a little too slow, but the follow-up touch from Dominator will put this one on and in, giving their team the 1-goal lead.
This right here was a little bit of give and go. It was cleared away, but Dominator did not give up, did not rotate back, stayed up, and definitely made quick work of that loose ball. 1-0, as you say there, Captain.
And just like that, it honestly goes to show you don't have to hit a banger every time to find the back of the net. Sometime a nice slow-paced chip shot will do the trick. And now Dominator, trying to find the back of the net again, is going to opt out to leave the ball into the corner for Anonymous, who's going to put this one up towards the middle. A clear out for RMC Varsity. Sending this one back towards the middle, looking for a teammate, but only finds the Dominator. And now just a battle at the midfield will ensue.
Well, I love the fact they're going to that mid-pitch. I like the fact they are battling out there. There is no time to have a sussing out period. It's the playoffs situation. You got to exert a little bit of dominance or a lot of bit of dominance against your opponent. Might as well do that as quick as possible.
Might as well. A whole lot of dominance here going on between Cumberland and RMC Varsity. And let's make it even more dominating with none other than the Dominator, getting their second goal of the game, now making it 2-0 in favor of Cumberland Phoenix.
Well, there's the brace there. The first goal was kind of a scoop. This one here was a banger from mid-pitch. Are you going to expect something special with a hat trick? Will a hat trick even be on the horizon there, Captain?
I don't know. Still plenty of time. Could very well be so as the ball finds its way back to Big City Slams, who gets slammed by CU Anonymous. And now Riptide is able to put that one on, but cannot get past the defense. Ball finds its way back over to Dominator with that 50 pinch towards the middle. And now good control coming from RMC Varsity puts this ball back into the Cumberland territory.
Well, this is a bit of a ping pong and action. The ball's going to the high red district here. No one's really been able to take advantage, but if you're the Dominator, you must be pretty happy with the effort thus far. A little bit of 2 minutes gone. Already 2 goals scored for Cumberland, and there's a lot more time for more there.
Plenty of time left to go. Just under 3 minutes. RMC Varsity still has the opportunity to equalize as a missed touch will come through from Cumberland. And now Trissy is me, sending this one over and towards the side as Big City Slams gets beat out on that 50-50. And now Trissy once again getting 50 out towards the corner as Riptide is going to put this one down. But a nice cheeky bump from Trissy is going to put Dominator out of position.
I wonder what RMC Varsity is doing. You look at Dominator just being a nuisance, pushing all the way up. Already has 2 goals to their tally. I wonder why they're not bumping. I wonder why they're not being as aggressive. Maybe it's kind of lulling them to a false insecurity. Either way, that's something you really have to show up if you want to stop the bleeding.
They most certainly do, especially when they still have that big old goose egg on the board. Still no goals to their name. RMC Varsity still looking to score for the first time here in game number 1. As we see Eternal going to be putting this one over and towards the side, leaving this one up and in for Riptide, who now will put another goal on the board for Cumberland.
This is why I love staying in Rocket League so much. Everyone was looking at what Dominator was going to do, but Dominator was on the rotated back, drew up the defense. We're looking at them, left that net wide open for Riptide, and we have ourselves a 3-goal advantage.
Gotta mention that cheeky demo coming from CU Anonymous. CU Anonymous said, "See you later" to the defense, sent them straight to the scrap heap. And just like that, the demo plays come out for the side of Cumberland, who now will take possession again as Dominator is going to send this one up high and from the side looking for the backboard read, but they get bumped just out of position, and the defense from RMC Varsity will hold.
Captain, let me ask you a question there. Well, forget that question as I say this. RMC Varsity finally gets on the board. About 3 minutes and a change have elapsed before their first goal. He finally get on the board. It was a bit of a battle in front of that line, and now they pulled one back. And I was going to ask you before that goal there, but what does it mean for Cumberland to get themselves even more of an advantage against RMC Varsity?
I mean, honestly, it just means is about as much as every single goal you score. Every single goal that you score is just going to add to that mountain that your opponent has to climb to try and equalize, as RMC Varsity will finally put this one in, and they are just that much closer to equalizing. Now only a single goal separates these two teams.
Well, there was a blink and you miss it moment. We had ourselves a 3-goal advantage. Now it's 3-2. That last shot kind of danced around the crossbar. I thought the crossbar was going to say nope, but the chaotic neutral that it is gets them within 1.
Now Trissy is there to get the touch and put this one back into Cumberland territory. Trissy sending this one up high and out the corner, and look at RMC Varsity trying to get that demo into the back of the goal, but it could have the opposite effect as they put themselves out of position, and now Dominator is going to conduct some offense here for Cumberland, but puts a little bit too much spinach on that one, a little bit too strong of a touch for a pass play to happen there, as finally RMC is going to clear this one out.
I don't know if you guys saw that in your screen, but that could have been a Rule 1 situation. You know how I feel about Rule 1s, Captain. Not a fan, so I'm glad it got broken up just quite a bit. But yes, you can imagine within the final minutes of Game 1, well, it almost has a Game 5 feel. RMC Varsity looking for that equalizer, trying to find a way to dispossess Cumberland to get themselves on the board to make it tied once more.
Yeah, I nearly forgot. This was only game number 1, and these two teams have just been going back and forth non-stop. But hold the phone, Riptide is able to find the back of the net for the second time now. 4-2 be the scoreline in favor of Cumberland.
I don't know what to say. Oof, sheesh, feels bad, man. But yes, 2-goal advantage within the final 30 seconds here. Cumberland found a way to get themselves back a little bit more leverage.
Yeah, and now they have a very comfortable insurance goal over RMC Varsity, but that demo doesn't look too comfortable for them either. That is going to be devastating for their rotation as we approach the final 10 seconds, and CU Anonymous is going to miss this touch in the corner, putting the ball back towards the mid, as Dominator is able to get the touch and put this one down with only a few remaining seconds left to go. But let's take another goal on the road. It will be Riptide getting their 3rd goal of the day, getting a hat trick here in game number 1.
The utter disrespect, just rolling that ball past your defenders, opposite side of the net. No one was there at the far post, and Cumberland gets game 1.
And they do, and that will be some early advantage. And we already talked about this, and we say it time and time again, the first goal of a match can definitely set the tone for that game, but the first win of a series, that's a whole different story. That's definitely going to put some good morale on your side, and in this case, it's on the side of Cumberland Phoenix.
I like about Cumberland and their style, and it's been the case all season. They're just very, very good at setting up that first scoring option to draw the defense out, to pass that ball to that second scoring option, using the other side of the net. Many teams have not figured that out, and that's been the secret sauce thus far.
And it's all within the sauce. The sauce is the power, the sauce is the key. But let's get ready to head into round number 2 between these two teams. RMC Varsity still has plenty of time to try and come back in the series. This is a best of 5 as we get our teams loaded in. 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 2 is officially underway.
Personal question, favorite sauce, marinara or ranch, or what's your...
Oh, I'm a ranch guy, 100% any type of ranch, but I'm also a sucker for Chick-fil-A sauce. Not just saying in general, but I don't know. You see, I am a sauce guy. I would say ranch, but to be more specific, I gotta go avocado lime ranch dressing.
Okay, my man's cultured, but that said,
avocado lime.
We're here at Bed Temple, one of the few maps where I can't buy a win to save my life here. About 30 seconds gone. Cumberland looking to get that 2-goal advantage. Look, a game 4 situation was in our last series. I know Cumberland wants to make this happen in 3, so RMC Varsity has to be a bit more aggressive than it used to be to find a way to equalize.
I gotta say, Cumberland was really cheeky with the demos. They were not shy to get physical. I think RMC Varsity need to take the gloves off and start getting a little bump play and a little demo heavy on their side.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with demos if you can land them. I know sometimes you miss those and whip those, you put yourself out of position, but you really are playing for your life, your career, your season, because next week is another level of playoffs. You win and move on, lose and go home, put everything forward.
And going forward is Trissy, who's going to put this one down back towards Cumberland territory with that pass play as Big City Slams is going to slam this one home, making it 1-0 in favor of RMC Varsity.
I'm rubbing my eyes right now. I'm pantomiming it because that was a play right out of Cumberland's playbook, but it worked out for RMC Varsity. They score first this time.
They most certainly do, and now the morale is in their favor as for the first time in this series, they have a 1-goal lead over Cumberland. And now Big City Slams is going to put this out towards the side, will not win the 50-50 over Dominator. And another 50 comes out for Dominator again, putting this into the corner. Now a midfield pass, looking for a teammate, but only found a defender. As Eternal will go up high, an absolute banger, going for the double touch off the backboard, but not enough stuff. That one's going to go down to the wayside.
Unfortunately, that missed up. I was about to ask before that shot even happened that RMC Varsity was able to go on that wall and there was no challenge at all anywhere. I understand hanging back, waiting for the counterattack, but you can't afford a team with the lead that much space.
Absolutely not, especially players like Dominator, who will get the 50 out and towards the corner. And now the follow-up touch is Dominator bumping some offenders out of the way as that went off the crossbar and nearly off of Dominator's car. But luckily, it wasn't into the back of the net. They were able to clear it out. And now Cumberland really struggling to find themselves defensively as RMC Eternal will find the second goal of game number 2 in favor of RMC.
Look, everyone's ever been caught awkward before. Raise your hand. I raise my hand all the time. But when you have a whole team being caught awkward, that is a very small window to score. Good thing RMC Varsity made that happen because no one on Cumberland knew what to do with that.
Most certainly not. They were tripping over themselves inside of their own net. And RMC Varsity with the consistent offense, constantly peppering the back of the net, constantly peppering the backboard, was able to finally break Cumberland's defense and put that one on and in as we hit 2:20. It's still 2-0 in favor of RMC.
Well, it's kind of like two different games here. Even though this is, the halftime, a little more than that in that second game, this has been all RMC Varsity. After taking that L, they're employing new tactics. Look, I always say, when you want to win a best-of-5 or best-of-7, you got to have 2 or 3 formations to really confuse your opponents, or else you'll have to back into the contest. And now Dominator, once again, is on the score sheet.
Yeah, and this was just a really good read and a good bump. We got to give kudos to the bump play coming from Riptide, giving Dominator the allotted time and space to put that one on and in, now cutting the lead of RMC Varsity in half.
I love kudos. I love to give out kudos whenever I can. Kudos for everyone. But as I say that, RMC Varsity has another insurance goal.
Yeah, that they cut the lead in half, but just not for long. Big City Slams able to get that pass out to Trissy, and just like that, they have their 2-goal lead and their cushion and insurance goal back in their favor. 1:55, and Cumberland once again is struggling to equalize.
You know what? I have to give my flowers out here for game 2. If there's an MVP, it has to be Big City Slams. Maybe scoring the goals is one half of it. Being a defensive warden is another half of it. But the third half, if I will, is just being wherever that team needs to be to really empower the other members of that RMC Varsity squad to be at other parts of the pitch. Fantastic effort here.
Well, you heard it from Novanta themselves. The MVP so far in this series is none other than Big City Slams, and I can't help but to agree. And now we're seeing Eternal go up there to get the 50, and that shot nearly on and in for Cumberland. But RMC Varsity defense holds strong, and they're able to clear this one out. Dominator now looking to find a pass from out of the corner, but only finds Big City Slams, as this will head back towards the mid and into Cumberland territory. But that demolition on the side of RMC Varsity could open some things up, but Cumberland will not capitalize. And now under a minute to go, Cumberland is still down 2 goals.
Now it comes down to clock management. RMC Varsity, I like the fact they're being aggressive. They don't really have to be. It really comes down to Cumberland when they're able to score when needed. We only have 45 seconds to go. Urgency has to be the name of the game, and what a save on the line, and that could have been the second goal.
Yeah, the what a save quick chat option was made for saves like that. That was insane. Literally at the goal line, mere pixels away from finding a goal. But the RMC varsity defense managed to hold on, and with only 20 seconds remaining, the door is closing on Cumberland here in game number 2.
Well, if this record holds, and looks like it may have, 2 games have gone by and we're splitting. And you know what? It's totally well-deserved. Cumberland played like champs in game 1. RM City varsity played like champs in game 2. And now we have ourselves a tie tally.
And honestly, I would not prefer to be anywhere else than a 1-1 scoreline, because now both teams are warmed up. Both teams have gotten their feel for the game, and they're only going to come out even better for game number 3, as this will wrap up game number 2. And your winner is RMC Varsity, equaling up the scoreline 1-1.
Kind of a frustrating outing there for Cumberland in this round 2. They had the win. They didn't play anything wrong or bad, and they went back to what worked. I can't knock them for doing that, and I hate to say this because it's very easy for a caster to say this in the ivory tower in the booth, but I want a little bit more speed, a little bit more urgency from Cumberland. Your rotations are crisp. I would say you guys are even the stronger rotating team. Make sure you do that a little bit faster to really put RMC Varsity on that back heel.
I agree. And also, if you're Cumberland, don't push up too far either, because there was a couple times when we saw all 3 members of Cumberland in the same place at the same time. They didn't give each other a lot of space. So be aggressive, but also share the field. Don't get too greedy, as Cumberland is able to get that first early save off of the shot from RMC Varsity that nearly found the back of the net. And now the pass play back towards the middle and to Dominator will get broken up by Eternal. And already we are seeing all sorts of aggression come out from both of these two teams.
Which is interesting, because usually after a split series, both teams might take the full 60 seconds to reevaluate what works and what don't. These two squads want to get back into it as quickly as possible. So it really comes down to what tactics are going to be used and employed here, which ones each team has up their sleeve.
And now here comes the waterfall touch. See You Anonymous is able to get the touch on that and clear that out and get it out of the danger for Cumberland. Now waiting for the pass. It looked like See You Anonymous got a little bit too overzealous, but Riptide is there to clean things up, and they will get on the board first.
Riptide with a pop over, and it looked like it was bounced loose, and it was a little bit of confusion there, but Riptide decides to clean up their own mess, and they score first. Cumberland has a little bit of game 1 sense in them. They have the lead.
They most certainly do. 1-0 now in favor of Cumberland, as the cheat up off the kickoff will come through by See You Anonymous, who's looking to get the swish in the flick, but will pick up a demo instead. Riptide now coming to follow things up after scoring the first goal. Looks to Dominator to get the pass, but the shot goes high and it goes wide.
Well, everything worked out, whether it was drafted, except for the execution of that one. And you know what? I like the creativity from Cumberland. It's not just them being a battering ram. It's a mix of that and some finesse. And that's really how you manufacture scoring opportunities out of thin air.
Yeah, and they're not playing polite either. Cumberland, every time they go to take a shot or a pass, they follow it up with a bump. They are not worried about being polite at all. They are playing mean, and they are playing for the dub, as they still hold on to this 1-0 lead. 3 minutes and 20 now remaining, and Riptide is going to get the touch to send this one out towards the middle. Big City Slams looking to follow it up off the side, and will, only leaving Dominator to get the midfield touch. Now going up off the backboard. An opportunity is there for Riptide, and they will make it count as they extend the lead 2-0 in favor of Cumberland.
This is why I love the Emergence division, especially Emergence White, because anyone can be a hero, and we had a heroic play out of nowhere. Cumberland with a 2-goal advantage. A lot of Rocket League left to play, but that's the kind of goals I say, mwah, chef's kiss.
Oh, you gotta love the chef's kiss, and just like that, Big City Slams should get one of their own, because this shot was nothing short of tasty. Big City Slams going off of the kickoff and following up their own touch with no boost. What a play, a solo play at that, coming from Big City Slams, cutting the lead of Cumberland in half.
Well, if there's ever an all-star for the Emergence White when it comes to positioning, this has been Big City Slams, there when needed, and now the scoreline is 2-1. You know, in the first week of regular season play, there was a 3-1 split with Cumberland getting the advantage. Cumberland knows what it means to win against RMC Varsity. Let's see if they can find a way to make it happen here today when playoff implications are abound.
And I do like the way that their mindset is going. They are trying to connect on these pass plays. Whether they can make it happen or not, they know that the best opportunity to get these goals is by using each other to their most beneficial pass plays that they can. They try to connect on every single attempt. Whether they connect or not is only a matter of time, as the Dominator is able to find the touch to clear this one out off of the backboard. And now CU Anonymous is going to be reading up on this one, putting this one down off of a defender as it gets cleared away back towards the side. And now Dominator putting a shot on and in, all the way from the side, and getting that 2-goal insurance lead back for Cumberland Phoenix.
Look at this arc like a meteor. The arc was perfect. Though it really got a hand on it, clean as a whistle. What a goal.
And what a shot. We can put that one up on the highlight reel with only 2 minutes and 6 seconds on the clock. Cumberland once again has that 2-goal lead, but Eternal looking to find the back of the net, only finds a waiting defender as Big City Slams is on the retreat, trying to make it back towards the midfield to get the touch, and does, and a full take a boost for their troubles with a swish and a flick and a shot that goes right on in. Big City Slams once again puts their team back within one.
This one here was bold, brazen, and brave. I thought for sure CU Anonymous would have got a hand on it, didn't get there in time, and now we have ourselves a contest. We're within one. RMCV Varsity has 2 goals and a lot of time to look for that equalizer.
Plenty of time, over 1:45, as Big City Slams looking to do it by themselves. That would have been the 3rd goal and a hat trick for Big City Slams, as now Trissy is going to get the 50-50 off of Riptide. And Big City Slams yet again getting the touch to clear this one out, but the follow-up touch will go in off of a defender. The Dominator putting this one in between the sidebar and a goalie. Yeah, I don't know what else to say besides I'm sure they're not going to argue with that one.
That's an official own goal. Ball wasn't on frame at all, but a little bit of help from the opponent makes that a possibility. It's unfortunate. Still time to recover, though. Still time to regain.
1:30 left to go. Not impossible. 2 goals can happen rather quickly in Rocket League. Novanta, how many times and how many different scenarios have you seen a 2-goal lead just evaporate in such a short amount of time?
Absolutely. Kickoff goals are an X factor to begin with, especially the individual efforts, especially those long bomb clears. The thing is about those witching hour, that final 90 seconds, a lot of teams try to hang back and wait for attacks, and that gives you a lot more options, a lot more decisions to find a way to find your equalizer and your go-ahead goals.
Well, RMC Varsity still has just a minute to go to try and get 2 on the board, but the rebuttal coming from Cumberland and a demo on top might make it more difficult, and they are not missing. They are putting shot on after shot on.
Oh, wow.
And somehow, someway, RMC Varsity hold the line, but Novanta, they have got to play some offense if they want to equalize.
Oh, that's exactly the point. Is you're out there pinned against your net. You don't concede any goals, but if you're so busy not conceding goals, you're not scoring any goals either. Final 30 seconds, you're still down by 2.
Only 30 seconds remaining. Cumberland trying to hold on to this 2-goal lead and run the clock out for all that it's worth. With 20 seconds to go, RMC Eternal is going to clear this one out into the corner. But if they are going to try and save game number 3, they have got to get this ball out of their own half, and Cumberland just not letting it happen.
Well, you know, you got that 4-goal advantage. You do whatever you can to make sure that's preserved and maintained. You want to be on series point for that advantage? Well, there you go. Cumberland wins this one 4-2.
And they do in an extremely speedy fashion, too. It seems like Cumberland really changed their play style up there heading into game number 3. They were kind of slow-paced going into this series, but as time went on, they really adapted their play style, and they just went straight at RMC Varsity and was just nonstop with the aggression and the speed.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of teams want to hang back originally. They want to be able to counterattack. They want to be able to punish because those goals are oh so satisfying. But sometimes you got to stop being the shield and you got to be the sword. This right here was a different Cumberland, and this one was a more emphatic victory than our last one here in this series.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Cumberland won the first game, then RMC Varsity. Let's see if the trend continues, or will Cumberland end it here and now in game number 4? We are underway.
Well, underway as it is, RMC Varsity wants to do whatever they can to force the game 5. And if I were them, and even though I gave Big City Slams so much praise, they can't do it alone. We need second and third scoring options, especially on that left and right flank.
Hold the phone. That pinch nearly went in. That was on target and an absolute mortar strike that almost found the back of the net. But with 30 seconds gone, RMC Varsity's defense will hold strong. But the ensuing offense from Cumberland has not shown any signs of slowing down. They are still maintaining that offensive pressure that they had, but nearly gave a goal up to RMC Varsity. but unfortunately for RMC, they just were not on target.
What a shot. What a shot. Riptide with the shot of the day. Look at this one here. You have your opponent miss with the ball on the wall, and you're trying to elaborate the foresight and where it's going to drop. You do, and you beat 2 defenders on the line. Goodness me.
Not only that, but I did not even see the player underneath. I didn't see Riptide. I just saw Dominator's car, and it looked like Riptide was actually like Dominator's shadow, just following up underneath them so perfectly, nearly invisible from where I was sitting, but just a fantastic play and heads-up awareness coming from Riptide.
Well, so many teams usually want to rotate out or try to go on the left side, but to be there to see where it's going to drop, even if you miss it, says you understand what's at stake, and you understand you got to score more goals than normal to give yourself that cushion for a team as dangerous as RMC Varsity.
And they are looking dangerous as they find themselves inside Cumberland territory near the goal, as the ball will find its way over and towards the side. CU Anonymous is going to clear this one out. Now looking for a demo, but doesn't find one, as the touch will come out from the side and get cleared away by RMC Varsity, only to find the Dominator there in the midfield. Now Dominator looking to get the pass play, but will find a 50 instead. And now Eternal getting not 1, but 2 dunks on top to send this one back into Cumberland territory.
I don't know about you, Captain. Only 1 goal has been scored, but it feels like Cumberland really doesn't want to have ourselves a Game 4 situation, and now we have, or Game 5 situation, excuse me. What we have here is a bit of that aggression, a bit of that using that pitch to their advantage, and a little bit of swagger, if I want to be so bold.
I definitely see a little bit of swagger. They have been doing some aerial acrobatics. Look at Dominator going up there and doing a nice little twirl for the folks at home, but getting the touch down and towards the side. Cumberland will keep the offense alive, but not after that demolition. The offense has officially died.
Yeah, you don't want to get demo quite like that. It's enough to frustrate you for being caught so handily and so decisively that puts you out the play. And actually, sometimes demos can backfire because it may ignite a squad, but the way you do it is to make sure your opponent doesn't have any path to victory. Gotta give him credit for being a bit more aggressive.
When it comes to the demo meta in Rocket League, just remember there is in fact a method to the madness. And now a pass going down towards the mid will be intercepted by Riptide, only to find a 50-50 as this will go back towards the side. And now the touch going up off the backboard, but the double to follow up is cleared out. And now Cumberland is on the offensive.
Let me ask you a question, Captain. Are you a fan of demos? Do you demo yourself when you play, or what's up?
Everybody knows I am a huge fan of the demo meta. Huge fan.
Okay, you just no insurance out there on the pitch. Just
Oh, absolutely. And I try and make it a point that I know people don't like the demo meta. Some people don't like it. But I try to make the point to be the Rocket League community's villain, because every great community needs a villain. And I'm already bald. All I would need is a hairless cat, and I'm it.
I bet people love you, though. Inside the last 90 seconds, and 2 heroes are in the casting booth. No villains. As Varsity try to find their equalizer. And I can tell you one thing, though. It hasn't been the kind of urgency we see in that game they won. It's been really much Cumberland's on both sides of that net.
And now CU Anonymous trying to keep the offense from RMC Varsity out, as they are just holding on to this 1-goal lead with only a minute remaining. Could 1 goal be all that it takes for Cumberland to take the dub and win the series?
Hey, when it comes down to this, all you need is 1 more goal than your opponent, so you can park the bus if you want to. It's very dangerous in Rocket League, because even a 2 or 3 goal advantage can evaporate quick like that. But you are winning. Why not slow down the pace and walk away with the win?
Well, RMC trying to get this one out, as that was nearly on target. And now back towards the midfield. Cumberland now taking the attack back to RMC. Only 30 seconds remaining. RMC Varsity have got to get out of their own half if they're going to try and equalize. But the shot coming on and in from CU Anonymous might be all that it takes for Cumberland to take this win here in game number 4.
Oh, I get it. I'm sitting here talking about parking the bus and being happy with 1 goal, but here's a second goal to say, okay, Caster man, quiet. Cumberland with the insurance, and this one here could be the most critical goal of the series.
Absolutely. With only 20 seconds left to go, RMC Varsity would have to score 2 goals, 10 seconds apiece. And with the time continuing to tick away, it's looking more and more dim for RMC Varsity, as the return volley from Cumberland will go all the way back to RMC Varsity territory. And Novanta, I think it's saved. That's all she wrote. It's all but over except the crying. And in this game, it will be Cumberland winning it 4-1 in favor of Cumberland. They win out.
Yeah, it's definitely true, and I definitely want to see you with that hairless cat. But Cumberland found a way to pick up the pace when definitely needed, and they themselves ensure the victory. And I gotta say, here's a situation for that next week's opponent. They walked in the favorites, they walk out of this the favorites. Can anyone stop Cumberland?
That is a very good question. Cumberland Phoenix definitely coming out strong, winning in a fantastic fashion. And we are going to look forward to what more they can accomplish as the playoffs continue. But with that being said, we got to continue things here at the NECC because we got some more Rocket League coming your way. But before we do, let's take a quick short break and see if we can also bring you an interview. Well, hello and welcome back to Playoff Rocket League right here at the NECC. Once again, I am your host, Captain at Soka, joined in the booth by none other than Novata. Novata, how are we feeling after that last matchup?
How are we feeling? We have no hair on top of our head, but I can feel the hairs, goosebumps all over my arms because this is the playoff at NECC. We saw some banger goals, we saw some defensive plays, and we're not done yet.
Yeah, people often forget about the bald head gang. Normally, I'm just the bald guy, but there's more of us out there. There's more of us out there, and a lot of us are Rocketeers, and we're in the chat right now, lurking amongst you. But regardless, let's get on to the next match that we have for you this evening. Of course, this is still the playoffs, still best of fives. And up next, we're going to have McGill University going up against University of Mount Union.
Well, McGill University, 9-0 record, perfect. Come with a Lucky Man Bry, 50 Adderall lineup, 9-0, number 1 seed. Gotta call them the favorites here, but they may be going against a buzzsaw against University of Mount Union.
Well, let's take a look at the Mount Union side of things and see what their lineup is looking like. On the side of Mount Union, we have Twist, followed up by Candy Guy. And last but not least, it's Finding Cade. So it's looking like we're going to have some senior players over here besides the one sophomore. Regardless, should be an interesting matchup. But with that being said, keep in mind, Avanta, that McGill University is sitting 9-0, the number 1 seed.
Whoa, I feel bad now. You gave him the extra deep voice. You're like, Cade. I feel like I didn't give McGill the same kind of respect. I'm sorry, y'all. But that said, we have ourselves a clash. All days we kind of topsy-turvy, Willy Wonky. You really can't call which team is going to be out ahead. But McGill hasn't dropped a game all season. That is intense pressure. I'm not sure if it's going to be their ultimate downfall or a part of their story as they roll on here today.
Yeah, not to take anything away from University of Mount Union. You know, they're sitting at a 6-3 record, seed number 4, and this has been the playoff season of upsets when it comes to record and seed placement. So, I mean, it's just a hard one to call because we've been seeing these upsets all day, but McGill sitting undefeated. I don't know who's going to be able to topple them, but with that being said, let's get ready to head into our next match. That way we could see these two teams battle it out to move forward in the postseason.
Best of 5 situation. The last time these two teams were together, it was only 3 games it took for McGill to have that victory. Let's see if it happens again to them today.
And here we go. We are already starting off very quickly back towards the midfield, and we see Lucky Man 268 trying to mind game, not 1, not 2, but 3 defenders, manages to get the ball up and high and towards the side, as it will be Master Bry to put this over and towards the midfield. Lucky Man again knocking this down. An opportunity for Mount Union, but it will be cleared away by Addy.
Well, I got to give Mount Union some credit for taking some time with that last attack to really put both defenders of McGill a little bit out of sorts. It didn't work out for them, but I feel like they watched the tape, they watched the VOS. They're coming out with something a little bit unorthodox for this contest.
And that's exactly what they're going to need, especially when you're going up against a team like McGill, an undefeated team in the entire season throughout their respective division. And now here in the postseason, in the playoffs. But like we have said so many times, the playoffs hit different with the ball sitting around the midfield. It's going to be Finding Cade to send this one up high towards the corner, only to be followed up by a teammate. And now the ball just bouncing in front of the McGill net and nobody taking advantage.
Well, if you're familiar with the Challengers division, especially Challengers red teams are a little bit more patient on the ball compared to the series we see today. So we're going to see these big brain plays, and playmakers are really going to be the ones that have the advantage here. But as we say that, popped up, set up, and slotted away by Masterby.
Well, there you go. Patience is a virtue, and slow and steady wins the race. The 1-2 pass play from Addy to Master Bry is going to get the 1-goal lead in favor of McGill.
McGill has that slight advantage, but like I said, the name of the game is being patient on that ball. Shot on frame, knocked the top on the crossbar. I was saying, patience on the ball is something we see. We're not seeing that aggressive for aggressive sake. A lot of times these teams understand the importance of scoring goals, even though it didn't work out for them. Is get themselves the right position to have a second attempt or a third attempt. That's the difference between having a shot and saying, oh, well, forget it, and having an opportunity to score.
And Mountain Union had just had a couple of opportunities to score just now, and now another is Finding Cade is able to find the back of the net with a 1-1 scoreline. We are all tied up.
Now, Candy Guy goes around the horn, but what was great about Candy Guy is kind of fakes out the defense, thinking they're going to go for a double tap, does not, gives it to the partner there, and we have ourselves a tie game.
Just over 3 minutes left to go, and now Candy Guy trying to put this one on, but it's just off and to the side. Addy now going up high, taking this one back out towards the side, only to find yet again Candy Guy, as Master Bry is going to be taking this one out of the corner, gets the swish and flick past one, and now the bumps and demos will come out towards the midfield, but Candy Guy manages to survive.
There he gets a little bit of song and dance in the front of the line. Beats coming to the defense on the right side flank. But one of the things I like from both teams here is that they're okay with trying different cheating lanes. A lot of times teams are not really that formidable, kind of have a side of the pitch they prefer, and they rely on that too many times. But both squads now, 2 minutes and 30 seconds elapsed, are willing to go on the flanks, up, down Broad Street, tops, bottoms, to really say, hey, look, you have to guess what we are planning to do to shoot this ball on net. What do you have for a counter?
Well, we are well and past halftime now, and it's still 1-1, but that's not going to stop Mountain Union from applying the pressure. Now McGill getting the return touch, putting this one up and over, but it's Candy Guy to get the pinch and send this one back towards the midfield. And now a shot coming in from McGill is going to be cleared away as we hit the 2-minute warning, and the ball once again finds itself in the possession of McGill University.
Oh, I got Addy there. Could have totally lost that ball, but able to just put the car broadways to trap it to give them some more time. And even though that last one didn't work for me, mark my words, that may be the difference maker later on in this series.
It very well could be, as Master Bry is going to try and get this one out, winning the 50-50, but losing possession to Candy Guy, who gets the touch and the demo on top with the pass back towards the middle, and this one goes up high. But it will be cleared out and back in towards the Mount Union side.
Well, here it is. That one goal split, one goal, but that is no longer a split. Lucky Man finds a way to break that deadlock deep into game one.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything lucky about this one. Lucky Man was able to get the pass from Addy out into the corner and then just line that one up right underneath the crossbar, giving McGill the 2-1 lead.
Well, yeah, like you said, lucky has nothing to do with it. Being lucky has nothing to do with it. It's about being there. Crime of opportunity, crime of glory, if you will. McGill has that one goal advantage. And what, 70 seconds left to go here in game one?
Just over a minute to go, and McGill sitting with that 2-1 lead. Still nothing to be comfortable about, because one goal can happen quickly as Mountain Union is going to be going towards the midfield to play a little bit of defense here. Lucky Man again going to intercept, take this one out towards the corner, and the onslaught of offense does not let up for McGill. But now Mountain Union was able to send this one all the way downfield, nearly finding the back of the net. But the defense from McGill somehow, some way will continue to get the saves to clear it away.
Not once, but twice. I thought that goal was dead to rights. McGill did not waver in their concentration, and now they still have that lead. They still have the advantage, and they still, well, forget that. Now we're tied.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what else they could do in this situation. I feel like no matter what, this ball was going to go in. Unless you flip perfectly, you could see that they had players there and waiting to put that one off and in. I mean, maybe the defense might have been able to get back in time to clear that one out, but who knows? It feels bad. It is definitely an own goal, no matter which way you look at it. But in Rocket League, it do be like that sometimes.
I'm kind of salty, man. I was about to give McGill all their flowers, and they concede. I'm like, well, this is awkward. But yes, if the scoreline holds right now, it'd be head to an overtime situation in game one.
But hold the phone. Here comes Addy coming up the middle, but it gets cleared out by Mount Union. And now clearing out one more time. Candy Guy sends this one out into the side, and we will find ourselves in game one overtime.
Well, here's the thing. If you're McGill being the faster team, the crisper team on rotations, and the one winning the possession game, and you have yourself an overtime situation, do you consider that a loss, or maybe that's something you don't think about here? It comes down to the next goal, having that one game advantage. You got to put yourself in a locked-in situation to break that deadlock now when it's needed.
Well, guess what? You know who was needed just there? It was Finding Cade. Needed to find that pass coming from Candy Guy. And this was quite the 1-2 connection as they are able to get up and around a defender and put this one into the back of the net, giving the game one win to Mount Union.
Yeah, here's my professional opinion. I'm just going to shut up because I'm just casting cursing everybody today. But you're right. Mount Union wins game one as best of 5 there, Captain.
Absolutely. Navanta saying they are delivering the Havana Kedavra of caster curses. But I say it all took place on the field. There's literally nothing we could do from up here in the booth. It's not our fault. And what happened just was the fate of Rocket League. And that's what happened down on the field. But GG's, of course, going to round number 1 win for University of Mount Union. But McGill, again, wasn't very far behind. They took it all the way to overtime. And again, just only one goal was the difference maker between these two teams. And that seems to be the trend going on tonight, Novanta.
Yeah, those are kind of the frustration losses when you're the better team, you have the more possession, you have the cushion rotation, and you still concede the game, you still see that late goal. What you really want to do is keep yourself on that path. The last thing you want to do is some kind of overcorrection, because then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy in stacking up losses.
Well, here goes another self-fulfilling prophecy. How about Master Bride taking this one from one side of the field to the other all by their lonesome, showing some finesse to put this one into the back of the net.
You know, my broadcast colleague, Captain Ahsoka, would say the finesse because it was that crisp. 1-0 McGill.
Oh, absolutely. You got to put respect on the finesse. But all bad jokes aside, Addy is going to take control by getting bumped by the Candy Guy as the ball finds its way over towards the side. And now the pinch coming from finding Cade. And now Addy trying to clear this one out. And it finds Lucky Man, who's going to get this one off of the side. And now the pass from Master Bry going up high is going to get met by a 50-50 from finding Cade. And now it's Twisterella, who will not find the ball on that one. Will leave it for their teammates instead, who sends this one back into McGill territory, only for it to get cleared back to the corner.
Well, I got to give credit to Mount Union to be a little bit more aggressive. And not waiting for plays in the air or the walls. You're being able to go to where the business is to break up the party. But it doesn't seem as though there is a step 2 to that plan. And it's great to disrupt offensive plays. You want to set yourself up to score as well. So all I'm looking for is a little bit of execution, a little bit of follow through once you get that dispossession on.
Addy now going up high, trying to get this touch, but it will be Candy Guy to get the clear, and a nice clear at that. You got to keep in mind, they were on an awkward part of the goal on the backboard and still was able to recover to make sure that ball stayed out of their net, and now a mistouch from McGill could be costly as Candy Guy goes for the bump instead of the ball. And now the ball will get cleared out back towards the midfield, and what looks like a mistouch from multiple teammates on the Mount Union side has caused this to be an opportunity for McGill to score yet again. It's Master Bry getting their second goal of the game.
Talk about a fastball down the middle. After a little bit of a bump, that ball just hanging in front of net. Master Bry needed to score, and then make that a 2-goal advantage.
They are definitely turning things around after game number 1. Remember, they were only able to score 1 goal in game number 1. Now they got 2 on the board. Not so bad with 2 minutes gone, 2 goals a minute. Got 1 goal a minute. I got to say, that's not too shabby coming from McGill. And now Mount Union trying to find the back of the net as they still have that big old goose egg on the board. 0-0. But the cherry pick all the way downfield is there and in. And just like that, in a matter of 2 minutes and 2 seconds, Master Bry has a hat trick.
I know it's way too early to call the game, but with 3 goals scored in rapid succession, 3 different types of goals at that, McGill is another level, hitting new gear. Can Mount Union find a way to retaliate?
But you see, that's the double-edged sword about having that early aggression, is that, yes, you are able to do a lot of work in such a short allotted amount of time, but you give a whole lot of time for your opposition to make a comeback. But with a 50-50 like that, oh my goodness! What did we just see, Novanta?
I saw Master Bryant with a long-term poke. I thought for sure that either be a tap-in or a twist would get there in time, but just a half car length faster, and that's a 4-goal advantage.
There's really no other way to pull it. Master Bry is just scoring today, no matter what. It doesn't matter what you do. It's going to go in. You're going to 50-50 it, it goes in. You're going to hit it off the backboard? Nope, Master Bry's putting it in. You demo Master Bry, he's going to come back from beyond the grave just to score again. Yeah, I don't know. With over halftime left to go, 4-0, all coming from the same player. This is just Master Bry's game.
Hey, you know what? Why not? What's cool about teams that are strong and playoff-ready teams, there's something you can take for your own squads when you go into competitive play, is that you want to be able to have a team so strong that either one of your players can go on runs like that to really confuse the defense and to give yourself an offensive potent attack. We talked about everyone on this McGill side, but when everyone can perform, when everyone can score goals, it's money. And there's the nickel. 5 goals scored, 5 goals unanswered.
And then there we go. And now Lucky Man getting a piece of this one, getting the assist on the play by getting that one off the backboard, pulling 2 defenders out of position, leaving a wide open net for Addy. And just like that, it is a 5-0 lead in favor of McGill.
They're running away with it. 5 goals in 2 minutes, definitely possible, definitely doable, but I don't see this happening because now it's a 6-goal deficit for Mount Union. McGill scores again.
Yeah, at this point, it just seems like the dams have broken and there's no chance of stopping it. Lucky Man getting this one off of the kickoff. Kudos to the defense for nearly getting there in time, but just not in time enough. That one goes into the upper 90 off of a defender, which is just feels bad, but just under 2 minutes to go. McGill sitting at 6-0 only begs the question, where was this in game number 1?
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes teams takes a while to get themselves locked in when they try to figure out their opponent, and now it really comes down to Mount Union. Not so much of them scoring because that's a given, obviously. It really comes down to what their tactics are going to be. They've been neutralized in this game wholesale. What is else on their sleeve? Up their sleeve.
All right, Navanta, I got to pick your analytical brain here. We went
please.
from game number 1, and it was such a low-scoring game, and it was only a difference maker of 1 goal. Now, with the game nearly at an end, just over a minute, there are 6 goals on the board. How does that happen?
Well, a lot of times when you have a bit of a tactic from one team, especially a team that gets that first win, you kind of think, I'm going to go ahead. Well, that's number 7 there. McGill with a 7th goal. Sometimes you get kind of complacent. You go, hey, look, we're going to go back what worked for us again. But I always say, when you're in a best of 5 or best of 7, you have to have a different strat. 2 strats at least. 3 is ideal to really put your opponent on the back heel. Because that 6-second downtime between games is enough for a team to go, hey, look, we're getting beat here. Let's correct that.
Well, whatever correction they made, it is most certainly working, as it is 7-0 in favor of McGill. And I really don't see Mount Union making a comeback. Don't get me wrong. I think if we put our bald brains together, we'll be able to predict this one correctly. But the way things look for Mount Union, once again, it's all but over except the crying with only 45 seconds left to go. For Mount Union, I would say the best thing you could do is just try and get some consolation goals on the board, because you do not want to go into game number 3 with 7 unanswered goals on your side.
I said time and time again, wins and losses are part of Rocket League, but you have to find a way to score at least 1. If you are shut out in a game, that is a lot of questions you have to ask about your scoring prowess. 8 goals scored from McGill, 8 goals unanswered. Forget a rout. This is an absolute drubbing.
Yep, 30 seconds remaining, and now really you're just trying to salvage anything that you can to head into game number 3 without being on a score drought, because Navanta, I think you and I both know, there's nothing worse than having to recover from being on a drought.
Oh, absolutely. As they say in England, this game here is absolutely extraordinary from McGill. Having an opportunity to have 8 goals scored and unanswered, fantastic.
And with only 8 seconds left to go, they try and pad the stats and get one more for the road, and they'll do just that. Now,
come on!
As what you would like to say, what's extraordinary is how that this team continues to score. Most teams at this point, they'd be like, you know what, let's run the clock. Let's get to the next game. Not McGill. They're going to pad the stats as much as they can.
This was the dagger, the twist, and putting it on live. The disrespect to get that 9th goal was just savage. But you know what? Why not? It's the playoffs. People will talk about running up the score. You have to exert your dominance for your future opponents.
I mean, this is just textbook example of not taking your foot off the gas, but finding Cade, finally able to end the bleeding and get a goal on the board. Still, that's better than having none at all.
I don't think so, Captain. I feel like I'd rather have the shutout and be like, oh, man, I DC'd, bro, than to pull one back.
I'm trying to shed a little bit of light on it. They were able to get a goal on the board, 9-1. What an absolute turnaround for McGill University. But with that being said, what do you do if you're on the side of a University of Mount Union? How do you shake such a dominating presence of McGill University? How do you shake that off?
It's a fantastic question. McGill University is a better rotation team and a faster team. You can't beat anyone that's faster than you and they can score better than you. So you got to slow it down. Take an extra step with that ball, get that possession, draw the defense closer to you, then decide whether they're going to use the walls or pass to your advantage. Because if you have a team that's way faster and is scoring goals and not missing those goals, you can't beat them punch for punch.
Yeah, I'm starting to think, honestly, the best thing for the University of Mount Union is just to put that game in the farthest, deepest regions of your mind and just completely forget about it. That game, don't worry about it, never existed. Concentrate on the next game. Put all your focus into the next game because the previous game doesn't even matter. I just hope that maybe University of Mount Union can take some type of lesson from that and then be able to build and adjust heading into game number 3.
It is a tough task for Mount Union because it's not like one person's popping off for McGill. The entire team is showing up, so you just can't bump one person or demo one person. You really have to neutralize the team, and that's what they have to do for this one to get themselves back on the board.
Yeah, and it was just really tough because Mount Union, again, was finding it really difficult just to break out of their own half. And again, hate to bring up Master Bry, but they kept taking it to Mount Union time and time again, sometimes even all by their lonesome, being able to get past the defense. So I'm only wondering, how can you put a stop to a player that's really feeling themselves?
Yeah, traditional wisdom says get a demo, get a bump, but I disagree. I think bumps and demos really put everyone out to play because the rotation from McGill has been so crisp. What I like to do, and I said it before, I'll say it again, take some time, use the flanks, use the width of the pitch to your advantage. Make sure McGill comes to you if they want to dispossess you, and when you do that, you open up swaths of that pitch to put that ball for your partner. So it takes a little bit of passing play, a little bit of ingenuity, to have a little bit of creativity to give yourself chances to score.
Not to mention, you were also saying that, McGill is a very speedy team. They just outpaced and they outsped University of Mount Union. So what I'm thinking is that maybe Mount Union needs to focus a little bit more on boost rotations, being able to boost starve and take that speed away from McGill and take the wind out of their sails.
Well, boost starving is always a good strat to do if you do it well. If you go for it and you miss or you put yourself out to play, then it becomes an issue of opening yourself up for a counterattack. If you're able to do that, by all means, go for it. But if it becomes a situation where you're conceding goals because you're putting yourself out of position, then abandon ship.
Well, here we go. Game number 3 well and underway. Remember, even though Mount Union did go down 9-1 in the previous game, the series scoreline is still all tied at 1 apiece. So still, anybody's game, anybody's series. As Candy Guy is going to put this one down towards the middle as the return volley goes up high towards the Mount Union side. Now Addy getting the touch, and Twisterella there with the rebuttal. As Master Bry will put this one off the crossbar, but not in, and Mount Union gets the clear.
What I like about McGill is that they're not playing overly aggressive. They have the psychological advantage, and they have the tactical advantage as well. That was a long bomb pass over there, pass from Lucky Man, over to the top of the key and brought back down. And now, like almost at the last game, it would have been encore for them. They score first.
Yeah, right there, Lucky Man just really bided their time. They didn't rush it. They waited to see what would happen, if they would be able to get the clear or if it would drop off the crossbar. And sure enough, it dropped off the crossbar. Lucky Man showing a good amount of patience to wait for an opportunity to strike. And like you said, gives McGill the 1-0 lead a little bit early. A minute gone now, and McGill once again has the lead.
Well, McGill with the lead, they're trying to a little bit sitting pretty and not much of a change of their last game strategy, being able to cover so much area of the pitch when needed. And I wonder if you're Mount Union, will you try to use the walls, try to try some ceiling shots, try to go aerial, go to the high risk district to really mess up, or to give you variety of their shooting tactics, or you try to go for the ground game?
Hey, break out a flippery doodah flip reset if you have to. Anything to get on the board at this point. But now the ball finds its way back into Mount Union territory. But good job by the defense, not only to get the stop, but the demo on top. And now a double commit coming from Mount Union could be costly, as Lucky Man going for the 1v1 mind game doesn't get much doing there, as the clear will come out and send this one back towards the side. Now Lucky Man once again shaping up to come out from the side, only to get 50-50 and send this ball back into McGill territory.
So look at this sequence here. Lucky Man had a shot on frame, took his time, got stopped. Tried another time, rotated it back. Sorry, turfed it over, and I got stopped a second time. And it was a third shot on frame. Not only does it work the clock, even though McGill has the advantage, it really puts Mount Union out of sorts. This is the kind of tactic that's really big brain when it comes to Rocket League. You have the scoring tactics, you have the scoring advantage, but you're able to draw the defense out and make the clock to your advantage. It's fantastic.
You know what else I got to say is a massive improvement for Mount Union is that, they come into this game and they're holding McGill 1-0. It's not as devastating as the previous game where at halftime they were down like 5-6 goals at this point. So it's good to keep this game close. At least they are still within striking distance and still have plenty of time to equalize.
Yeah, I like it. I like the fact that the scoreline isn't as emphatic as it was last game, but that also tells me that they're just a bit gun shy. Good. Sitting in your third and blocking balls is great, but you have to score. And maybe I shot here, but no. But it's cleared away. Yeah, I understand holding your opponent to 1 goal, but you can't put a goal yourself. You still lose that game.
Yep, now the net is open on the side of Mount Union, but the rebuttal will come through, and they're able to clear this one out. Back to McGill, and now the stop comes in, and somehow, someway, McGill is able to clear it away.
Well, we're here at that witching hour, that final 90 seconds here. Each team has a win to their tally, and McGill wants to win games back-to-back, and here's one around the horn. And, Captain, let me ask you this. Your Mount Union, 3 minutes have elapsed, 3 and change, without a single goal from your side. What has to change?
You really are just going to have to risk it. I applaud the patience coming from Mount Union, but they're not taking any risks. And without any risk, you can have no reward. So although you don't want to make a mistake, you don't want to give anything away for free, if you don't risk anything at all, you are not going to win anything at all. So at some point, they're going to have to make the push onto the offensive side, and they're either going to have to go for a risky play, be it a bump, a demo, a boost off, whatever it is that they have to do in order to get an equalizer. And if they're not willing to risk it for the biscuit, they're going to go down 1-0 against McGill.
Man, that's advice for life. Risk it for that biscuit. Final 40 seconds here. McGill's probably looking for the insurance goal. That one was stolen, and Mount Union is fighting everything they can for the equalizer, but the ball is loose. Here's an opportunity. It's on the line. It's dangling, and it's knocked away by Twisterella, thankfully and gracefully.
Only 30 seconds to go. Mount Union have got to find a way to get the ball into the back of the net in order to equalize. Now an opportunity for Candy Guy, but Addy is there to clear that one out. And now the touch from Candy Guy will be blocked and sent back to the midfield. Addy sending this one down to their teammate, only to find Master Bride towards the side. Only 5 seconds remaining. If Mount Union's going to make an attempt, it has to be here. It has to be now. And it will not come to fruition. McGill is going to take game number 3, putting them up 2-1 in the scoreline.
So we saw a different thing when it comes to the scoreline. It wasn't 9-1, it was 1-0, but the tactics were the same. McGill blanketed everyone on defense, find open pass within the score, and neutralize the offense of that other side, Mount Union. And so they're at series point, and so far, well deserved.
Talk about a night and day difference. I feel like we're just going through the days here because you see the first game, again, it's only a 1-goal differential. It's only a 1-goal win. And then you go into game number 2 and it's 9-1 all of a sudden. What happened? All these goals are being scored and now we're going right back to the single digits. Like what is going on with this series?
That's when you know when your tactic works out for you. Yeah, you're not going to get 9 goals every game. That is something that happens very rarely in this game. But you give yourself opportunities to score, and you somehow hold your opponent to 1 goal or less. That gives you all the tools to make a win happen. And McGill made that happen for them.
They most certainly did. And now as they get ready to head into what could be the last game, we're heading into game number 4. And honestly, Mount Union have got to step up. They know they can do it. They managed to score on a McGill before, and they managed to take a win on the board. So there's really nothing stopping them from getting a win and sending us into game 5 but themselves. And just to start things off right, it will be Candy Guy to score the first goal of game number 4.
Well, I was going to say, if you don't tried anything else, geometry and aerial goals and stuff like that is how you do it. That wasn't an aerial goal, but it definitely was geometry. Off the wall, beats the defender right there in front of the net. Mount Union scores first.
Yeah, I can't bring geometry into this. I'll be completely lost. I am horrible at math, but Candy Guy, not so horrible at Rocket League, being able to hold not 1 but 2 defenders off in the corner alone. And now Mount Union with the clear, with the 1-goal lead for the first time in what feels like a while. is going to hold their own on defense as Master Bry tries to get through, but doesn't. And now the ball going back towards the midfield. Twisterella with a shot on, but not in, but will pick up a demo anyway.
Plus, we were talking about what McGill's last game was good for them, but they held their opponent to 0 goals. This one, they already conceded 1. If you have that same tactic, at the very least, we have ourselves a tie game. Can they find a way to get their shooting boots, the stuff they employed in game 2 for this one?
And it's funny because we talk about McGill's offense all the time, but we haven't really had much opportunity to see them play defense because they've been too busy scoring. So it's going to be interesting to see now that the shoe's on the other foot, how did they adjust? How do they react defensively to the offense of Mount Union?
Yeah, absolutely. That's where I talk about good teams and strong teams having ways to adjust their own tactics. You really can't do the same thing 2 and 3 games in a row unless you have a team that's very, very weak, which is impossible to have to be the case in the playoff situation. If you're McGill now, you're getting stopped in the upper third, I would always say drop back and use those walls to your advantage. No one's really holding on to those walls like a warden. That is unclaimed airspace for them.
Ooh, and now going off the crossbar. Mount Union nearly finding another goal there, but will only find air. No good there. Lucky Man now taking this one out towards the corner, looking for the follow-up touch. But the defense will hold on strong, and they will send this one back to McGill territory now with a scoring opportunity, but they hesitate, and they leave that would-be goal just hanging by the wayside.
Well, I always say there's only one mistake you can do in Rocket League, and that's hesitation. So sad and tragic. That could have been a goal, but it was all for naught.
Yeah, that's like leaving a free goal on the table. I am not sure why they didn't pull the trigger on that one, but oh, they well. They still have the 1-0 lead as we hit 2 minutes and 40 on the clock, and now McGill not giving up any sign of trying to equalize as they will find the back of the net with Addy, who will put this one on and in and tie us all back up at 1.
Well, Addy goes around the horn. I thought for sure it would have been stopped. Got a hand on it, but there's a little bit of a forceful knock action. And we have ourselves a tie game at halftime, which is really fitting for this series.
And here we go, just approaching halftime, all square and all is fair. We're tied at 1. Twisterella is going to be putting this one down towards the corner. Has an opportunity, but no one from Mount Union was there to reciprocate as this will go back towards the midfield, only to be met by Finding Cade. Now, Lucky trying to get past another defender, does not. Addy there to clean it up, put this one up high and towards the ceiling, and now everybody's whiffing. We're taking a trip to Whiff City.
I love Whiff City, man. I'm like the mayor there, but you're right. It was kind of weird. It looked like something just so late quite for a second, and no one really took advantage. I was kind of holding my breath to see who would be the one to make sure they were here for their side. But shout out to Whiff City, y'all.
I mean, Whiff City is what it is. You know, it's more of a place to visit, not a place that you stay.
Fair enough. Yeah, unless you're me. I hear what you're just saying. But within 2 minutes, we have a 1-1 scoreline. Mount Union, a little bit more life in there, a little bit of urgency. I missed that last game, but McGill, knowing full well they can score 9 goals in the game, looking for some of that magic here right now.
Well, let's see if we can get or feel any of the magic in the air. This Lucky Man will send the ball up high, only to be found by Mount Union. And Addy has plenty of time to work with here. I feel like only one person at a time is going up for these aerial touches. Nobody really wants to pull the trigger.
Nobody wants to pull the trigger when you have a tight game, you have a tight series. Nobody wants to be the GOAT. Nobody wants to be the one that caused a goal to change the shift of a series. So I understand everyone's been a little bit gun shy for now, but someone should really pull that trigger, no pun intended.
Oh, and it looks like they nearly did as Master Bry tried to get the pass out and towards the middle, but the defense from Mount Union managed to hold strong, and now an opportunity to put this one on and in, and yet again the double commit ends in a double whiff.
Yeah, no one likes to double commit or triple commit, but here's the thing, it happens, but you gotta have a little bit of a plan B or plan C. If you see 2 people in your team going for the same ball and no one was there, no capitalization happened, but that was a very, very potentially costly mistake.
Navata, what I just saw, I think, was just a pure lack of communication. I think they were just both going for the ball at the exact same time, and nobody said, I got it. They saw each other going for it, and they both opted to stop. Both of them tried to give the shot to the other, and they let the opportunity go. But Lucky Man certainly does not. This opportunity from Master Bry, a 3-way pass play, is able to put this one onto the back of the net and once again give the lead to McGill University.
An absolutely salubrious display. Having everyone on the McGill side to go off the wall and put it home is amazing. Those are things no one saw coming. Those are the ones that actually happened, and that gives them the advantage.
Not only that, but it gives them the advantage with just over 10 seconds left in the game and possibly the series if Mount Union cannot find the back of the net within the last 5 seconds. Master Bry sends this one up and towards the side and back into Mount Union territory, and let's score one more. Master Bry, McGill University is going to take game number 4 in the series.
It was kind of scary at times, but the undefeated McGill University rolls on. That right there was a display of how you neutralize an opponent.
And then there you go, right then and there, you saw why McGill University is 9-0, and now moving on even further into the postseason. What a game. Thinking also, not to mention University of Mount Union, got to give them credit as well. They were able to take a game off of McGill, and they definitely put up quite a good amount of fight, especially in game number 3, where they were only down 1 goal. They only lost 1-0, but Navanta, what do you got to say to Mount Union after that type of defeat? Do you let it get you down, or do you try and come back better?
Well, it's hard to come back better. We have a lot of time to think about what went wrong, but ultimately you took the fight to an undefeated number 1 seed in your Challengers Red Division. A lot of praises to come to your side. So I'll say, whatever happens, who's going to be in that roster next season, come back stronger, better than ever. You really showed out for your team today, your school today. You should be proud.
Absolutely wise words said better by no other than Navanta. But with that being said, we're getting ready to take a quick short break, and we will be right back to interview one of the players that were on the field just now from McGill University. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to NECC, and we are being joined by one of the winning players of that McGill Mount Union contest, Lucky Man 268. How are you doing there, good sir?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing fantastic. Captain Ahsoka and I have just been so enamored with the run of play. Captain, you have a question for Lucky Man today?
I most certainly do. Now, you see, they call you Lucky Man 268, but what I saw in the field was no luck. You got to let me know, how do you actually pull these type of plays off? We've seen you literally squeeze the ball between two defenders through the side post. I'm not going to believe that was luck. What type of practice, what type of regimen do you have to go through in order to pull those type of shots off?
Oh man, it's just experience, honestly. I have like 4 point something hours, 4 point something K hours on this game, so I just play a lot. I just play a lot. I used to play competitively, so now it's just muscle memory at this point, you know.
Yep, no luck involved, Novanta. You heard that.
Yeah. I wish I could do that. That time in one life. So McGill University undefeated so far. Rolling into here, was that ever in jeopardy in your mind? Was there ever a moment there you go like, oh man, this could be an L possibly?
Well, today we weren't playing too well in scrims, so I was a little bit worried at first. And then we dropped the first game. I was like, oh. But then, 9-1 game two, I was like, okay, I think we're good now. We're good. Yeah.
And one thing that was like driving me through a loop, and I'm having to scratch my bald brain here for a second. I'm thinking, how do they go from winning it was like a 1-goal deficit, like 1-0 in the first game, and then what happened in game number 2? What flipped the switch to where y'all are scoring 9 goals? And why did you show no mercy even in the last remaining seconds? Oh my goodness, y'all absolutely popped off that game.
Yeah, it's just I don't even know myself. Honestly, I think we just stepped it up. We just started playing well as a team. We played the way that we got us here. The 9-0. That's how we got here. Is by playing together, synergy. I think the first game we were kind of in our heads. We weren't really playing as a team. So this game 2 was really just coming back to how we always play, and that's really it.
And now that you're moving on in the postseason, I have to ask you: do you intend on showing any mercy for your future opponents?
Oh, no mercy, no mercy. We're not going for no Brazils. We're going for the double Brazils.
Oh my goodness, you heard that, Novanta.
Dig. Final question for me here. We talked about this in the booth. Watch out last series about tactics employed in the best of 5. Do you approach it that way? Do you have certain kind of strats, or are you just gonna feel the strengths of your team? What's your approach when you hit the pitch against an opponent?
It's just we focus on the things that are important. I always say this to my team. I always say it's not necessarily about winning. It's about playing the right way. And if you play the right way, the wins will come. So we're just trying to play as a team and just work on our synergy. And that's the most important thing. Winning just comes with it. Yeah.
Zen. Captain, any final words?
Only thing I gotta say is that if I have learned anything from this interview is that luck has nothing to do with it. Lucky Man 268, a true talent. And I gotta thank you for coming on the booth and doing this interview with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a pleasure.
100%.
Time for shout outs, man.
Oh yeah, the shout outs. You got anybody you want to shout out while you're here?
Shout out mom, shout out dad, shout out my teammates, shout out my friends, anyone, everyone. Yeah.
Nope, there you have it. Sending all the love all the way around and all the way back home. Once again, thank you, Lucky Man 268. But with that being said, that is just going to about wrap us up here for that matchup. But don't you worry, we're going to have some more Rocket League playoff action right here at the NECC. So do not go anywhere.
call it the main event. We're back here with NECC Rocket League, and we have ourselves a California Classic. Fresno Red against USCSB B team. Say that 2 times fast. It's Novanta here, not alone, as always, being joined by the captain himself, Captain Ahsoka. How's it going?
Well, it's going absolutely fantastic. I have been on a tear today. I've been so lucky to be allowed and privileged to be in the booth here with you for 4 games, and of course 2 games before that with Foof. And I gotta say, it has been an absolutely banger of a day from start to finish.
Yeah, Foof is goated. Ball gang, though. We have ourselves our lineups already in. Let's start with Fresno Red. With an anchor number 2 seed in the playoffs, they're going with a very formidable team of JR, Junior, Adrian, and Dark Echo, senior, sophomore, and junior, all around the horn in pursuits. That's out there for the Fresno State Bulldogs.
Yeah, and don't forget, Fresno is 8-1. They are the number 2 seed, so this is going to be a team you're going to have to look out for. But with that being said, let's take a look at UCSB and see how the number 3 seed stacks up for tonight's lineup. We have Gages, and followed up by O'Malley, and last but not least, it's Piccolino. And there you have it. That's going to be your lineup for the side of the UCSB stream. Hang on, I'm checking something really quickly on my side. It's Gage. There we go. I had to check the proper pronunciation before the chat starts to fry me from the way I pronounced it. It is pronounced Gage. So yes, there we go. And with that being said, I think we're all just about ready to get this one underway as we get our teams loaded up and ready to go. But Novanta, what are your expectations going into this one? Like you said, this is going to be the California Classic of tonight, and that being your neck of the woods, what can you tell us about what to expect?
Well, we're here in the best goals. I'm currently here based in Los Angeles. 3 hours separate Fresno from Santa Barbara. 2 different vibes, 2 different styles. And plus, the play styles will be pretty much aggressive. I see Fresno Red. They've done a lot on the back of Adrian. Has been a star player on goals and saves for that squad this year. But to say Gage is no slouch, we're going to see a bit of a 1v1 duel when it's all said and done. Best of 5. I can't wait. As always, with the proceedings here in the playoffs, win and advance, lose and don't advance. It's as simple as that there. Let me ask you this, Captain. Anyone you're looking at in particular?
Honestly, probably Gage, just because I had difficulty pronouncing their name. So hopefully they'll be able to shine through and I'll never be able to forget it. But with that being said, we're going to get game number 1 underway as the 5 minutes have begun to tick down, and Junior is going to go up to get the touch here at the midfield, trying to follow it up with a backboard read. Does not, as Dark Echo is going to lose the 50 there, as O'Malley will take this one back out towards the mid, and now Adrian wins the 50 there to send this one back over to Piccolino. And now we'll hit this one down and in front the net, but it gets cleared out instantly by UCSBT.
Well, kind of a fun fact, IRL, I'm a stand-up comedian. I have not been to Fresno proper, but I did a show in Clovis, which is like right behind Fresno. Different vibe up there. Shout out to the mid of that state. But we're at ourselves a deadlock here. Both teams are being aggressive, especially in those corners. There's kind of be a battle on those left and right corners to see who's going to be the one to maintain the most space. And look, even the background, we got some demos happening between these 2 sides.
And again, I'm going to advocate for this anytime I can. Let's make demo a stat on the scoreboard. But with all the grievances aside, let's get back into it as Gage is going to get demolished and sent to the graveyard. Now Dark Echo goes up for the 50-50 as the UCSB team now doing a little bit of work on offense, but that missed touch could throw a wrench into their rotation, as now Fresno Red will take control, and that 50-50 sends this one rocketing towards the Fresno Red half.
You can tell it's a main event feel here. We have ourselves a number 2 seed in Fresno Red against a number 3 seed in Santa Barbara. We haven't seen 2 seeds so close here, so it really is anyone's series, which seems to be the soup du jour here in Rocket League, but really more now than ever. The first team to score, the first team to exert their dominance may have a psychological advantage. This is best of 5.
Right now, we're seeing a little bit of double commits coming out of Fresno Red. And, so far, I think they've had probably the most opportunities to score in this 2 minutes of game number 1. But yet, I think the double commits and the sloppy organization as yet another one comes out. But somehow it goes in anyway. Double commits, I guess, work now.
Well, the best commits are double commits. We're talking about triple commits. Why not team pinch? I'm not sure what you call that. O'Malley tried to get a hand on it, but it wasn't enough. And it's Fresno, the one I did not think of the one to score first, to be honest with you, does so. They have a 1-goal lead.
And to be fair, double commits and triple commits, they do pan out every now and again, but you have to be careful. It's a double-edged sword. Much like we said, with the demo meta and the boost starving, if you're not doing it correctly, it could cost you heavily. For Fresno Red, they did it pitch perfect, and it played out for them. Now they are sitting comfortably with that 1-0 lead.
Well, 1-0 leads, I can tell you, can go away very, very quickly. In fact, even 2-goal leads can do that as well. If you're Fresno Red, you find a way to score, give me at least 3. Maybe then you may have some semblance of taking a breather. But until that time, you got to keep yourself on the ball quite literally and figuratively.
Yep, you got to take the mindset from what we saw in the previous game, which was just simply no mercy. Absolutely none coming from McGill. And let's see if Fresno Red has any amounts of mercy in them as they will battle it out towards the midfield. And now Fresno trying to score again, getting some insurance as we hit the 2-minute mark. And now the ball gets cleared back out towards the midfield, only to be met by Fresno. And now O'Malley trying to get a past a defender and does, but not being able to get past 2. Fresno Red just has their rotation on point at the midfield.
Yeah, rotations have been so much a difference maker for these two sides. This could have easily been a sloppy slugfest of a goal scoring back and forth, but it really is that mid-pitch, which says a lot about when you talk about playoff defenses. You can sit in your net and get saves and all those points that come with it, but if you can neutralize the scoring attack even before it becomes a threat, well, that right there, how championship squads are made.
That was a beautiful play coming from UCS B Stream. That time they just couldn't finish. The setup was there. The prep work was all there. They even got a bump to get a goalie out of the way, but the shot was a little lackluster, and that, I think, might be an opportunity that UCS B team might want back.
Well, you know what? You don't get many opportunities to get a redo or a reset. You got to put all those bad fortune, all that feels bad man shots in the rearview mirror to give yourself another opportunity. But as it stands right now, Santa Barbara really hasn't formulated any kind of attack. They're kind of gun shy at this moment.
And now Junior trying to get a read off of Piccolino, who's going to put this one out and towards the corner. Junior getting the missed touch there, is able to hit this one back down. But once again, we see a little bit of miscommunication, and they're not able to connect. With 35 seconds left to go, it's going to be Gage to send this one up high, trying to take this one themselves, and will! And with 30 seconds left on the clock, Novanta, we have a tie ball game.
Well, how many times do I have to say this? A 1-goal advantage isn't an advantage at all. And Gage, someone that has just been such a superstar for that Santa Barbara team, works for a clutch equalizer. 30 seconds left to go.
And a very clean air dribble, too. And, normally when you see some air dribbles, they're not the prettiest thing. But I got to say, Gage, that just looked like it was almost nuanced. A little bit of artistic air dribble in there. Well done. With just 15 seconds left on the clock, we are tied all at 1. And the possession is in the favor of UCS B Stream. And that demo opening things up in the net, but the shot not on target. Now 5 seconds remaining. Junior is going out towards the corner, able to get the 50-50 touch, sending it back to UCS territory, but none having there, as we will find ourselves in overtime in game number 1.
Well, overtimes there's always a roll of the dice or a pull of the slot machine, and Fresno had that lead for a long time. They would hate to concede that in overtime, but it really comes down to chance and skill here.
Let's see who's going to have the skills to pay the bills and get the first win here in game number 1. The return and the rebuttal coming from Fresno. Now an opportunity for Dark Echo, who's going to slow things down. Gets one up and over and in. Dark Echo will win game number 1 for Fresno Red.
Well, this is interesting here. Passing plays didn't work. Off the walls, the plays didn't work. But how about a carry solo play to make it extra sweet? Fresno walks away with game 1.
Gotta love the display of 1v1 mechanics that showed out in that game. Don't get me wrong, the pass plays were beautiful, but the 1v1 mechanics, you could tell who's been practicing their solo game, and just there and then, Dark Echo breaking the axles of the defense and coming in clutch in OT. Like we said, some teams have that OT presence, some don't. Dark Echo definitely does.
You hit the nail on the head. So many teams kind of wait in their net to find a way to have a counter attack to make make sure they can open up their defense. But to be that brave and brazen, to split the defense in a solo play, says Fresno is here to win. Let's see they do that as they're all in the game too.
Well, let's get ready to see how will the other team bounce back after an overtime defeat. We're going to be looking at UCSB team to see if they're going to be able to adapt and react and adjust themselves so that way they can try and even up the scoreline in game number 2. But without further ado, let's get this next game underway.
5 more minutes on the clock for these two California squad. Number 2 versus number 3 seeds in Emergent Cyan. This here is high stakes. The Emergent division, if I'm being honest, has been so hard to call throughout the season. And here's the reason why. Both teams, so many different teams in this division have such varied tactics and ways to score. It's really hard to pick anyone down.
And now we already saw the Goomba stop coming in, but missed off the crossbar. Gage now going to be sending this one back towards the midfield, but Dark Echo again with a boomer coming off the backboard. But no follow-up coming from Fresno. It will be Gage and UCSB team to take control and put this one back towards the Fresno red half.
Well, Fresno has it down the possession game here, but if you're Santa Barbara, it really is important that you score first and have your goals in bunches. You really want to show Fresno we have that loss, it's okay, but we're not going to roll over for you in this best of 5.
Now a full minute gone and well, I guess I was getting ready to say it's about even, 0-0, but not anymore. UCSB team puts one into the back of the net, and with some authority, they bully this one past all 3 defenders coming from Fresno Red. And for the first time, UCSB team has the lead.
Well, you know, when the ball goes in the corner, it's like quicksand for anyone. You got to find a way to get out swiftly and justly, and a whiff can be costly, and that's what it was. Santa Barbara capitalized and have the advantage.
And here we go, Fresno Red now looking to equalize here. Still plenty of time remaining on the clock, 3 minutes and 40. Adrian now trying to do some air dribbles of their own, but gets shot down by the defense, and now going up and off the backboard. O'Malley able to clear that one to the side as Adrian is looking for a teammate, and Dark Echo was found. Just like that, in a matter of seconds, we are all tied back up at 1.
I held my breath. It was so smart to go for the pass, and it was going to be a very small kneel of the thread, but Dark Echo makes quick work of that, and we have ourselves another tie. This one is miles away from an overtime situation, but a tie nonetheless.
And with the 1v1 scoreline there, and all is fair and all is square. No team looking to make the first mistake and give away that tiebreaker. Piccolino now coming out from the corner, looking to get a touch on target, but Adrian is there to get the touch and clear it away. O'Malley now taking control in the corner, only to be met by Dark Echo. Piccolino puts his back towards the midfield. Doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, only 54 in the tank, as Gage is able to send this one out and has 0. Piccolino now taking a turn. This shot is on target, but it will not go in. The save comes through for Fresno.
Hey, you know what? Can't knock yourself for having a shot really on target for a chance at a goal. Make your defense stretch. They did and knocked it away. But I think the bigger story here is that boost control, that boost management, because it seems that both teams aren't really going out their way for the big hundo boost. But a lot of teams, a lot of players are using or rocking with sub 60 boost levels. I wonder that's impacting their game plans.
Absolutely. You got to remember, those little touch pads add up, and that is a huge thing, especially in competitive Rocket League, is that you're wondering, how can they constantly keep up this speed? And they utilize the small boost pads. They absolutely add up, and they come in clutch when you have nothing. So whoever can manage those boost pads the most, or even effectively boost starve those boost pads, is going to get a huge advantage overall.
I wouldn't know. I always miss those, and I double back, and I'm out to play. It's pretty bad. That's why I'm a low-ranked player. But you're absolutely right there, Captain. Boost pad management is kind of the unsung hero. Here's a shot on frame, and it's knocked away by Gage the last possible second, and that could have been the break in the tie we needed for this game.
And now Piccolino going up nice and high, taking the trip in the sky. Doesn't have the ball anymore, but this was going to go the other way on target and saved. As now Adrian is going to go up and decides to let that one go. Is not going to waste the boost. As a nice firm touch comes off the backboard, Adrian now going to follow this one up to put it towards the net, only to be cleared away by O'Malley. And now Gage is not getting any touches there, is able to pick up a hundo boost, and now Gage passing it back down, looking for O'Malley, will win the 50 on target, but Fresno Red will get the save to clear it away.
Yeah, nothing doing there, but those are the kind of mistakes you don't want to do, especially so late in the season. That ball was hung right in front of that net like it had easily been a goal.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. No goal there for UCSB team. We are still stuck 1-1, but hold the phone. Here we go. O'Malley makes the defense say, oh my. Look at this shot coming from the side, and the pass from Gage just lining this one up and sending an absolute laser into the back of the net. Now UCSB team will go up 2-1.
My hands are up like they were at church. That was a hook shot, a curveball. O'Malley saw it and was off balance and still made the shot. It looks pretty simple and clean because it was, but the level of skill was amazing. And Gage gets one more. We have ourselves a little bit of a hit parade there, Captain.
Oh, 100%, and I gotta say, this read coming from Gage was insane. As soon as the initial touch came from Fresno Red, they were there, they were ready, they read the play perfectly. Good read from Gage to put that one into the back of the net, and now they have that 2-goal cushion.
A 2-goal cushion is something that every team needed, especially for Santa Barbara to get themselves on equal footing with Fresno Red, but there's a lot of time. They gotta make sure they're not asleep at the wheel because 30 seconds is a long time to hold a 2-goal lead.
It is, especially in Rocket League, it is a long amount of time, but when you have the defense like Fresno Red, I think they'll be able to hold on for the remaining 20 seconds. That's 10 seconds per goal if Fresno Red was trying to mount the comeback, but UCSB team is going to take things to the offensive. Now back to the defensive as they are able to hold on and run out this clock just a little further. And as the final few seconds begin to tick away, Novanta, I think it's safe to say that this game will go in the way of UCSB team.
Well, like I said before, it was a main event going in, the California Classic, and it's fair. 2 games down, and it's split 1-1.
Honestly, couldn't ask for it any better way. But Novanta, I gotta ask you, what do you think was the difference maker in game number 1 to game number 2? Or like, are these teams just so evenly matched that we could potentially see this go all the way to a game number 5? Or was there some type of mishap coming from Fresno Red?
Second question first. Game 5, definitely a possibility, if not an outright probability. But the difference here wasn't so much a mistake. We saw this in that last series we played here. There really was a ISO, a man-to-man type of defense coming from Fresno Red. And what did what did Santa Barbara do? They counterattacked that by doing these long forward passes that stress the defense. When you go too close in that car v car, you leave swaths of that pitch unmarked. And that was totally exploited by Santa Barbara.
Well, we are all fair now, 1-1 in the scoreline. Back all even in anyone's ball game still as we get this one underway here in game number 3. Now the ball finds its way back towards the midfield, only for Piccolino to come up and hit this one off the backboard, but the follow-up shot from Gage is just going to go down and by the wayside.
Well, you know what? I can't say there's nothing wrong with that. Not for lack of trying. There were so many goals that could have happened. Want to take every opportunity, but it wasn't on target. Not for say you got to give yourself more chance and more opportunities to make that a possibility. So stick at it.
Here comes O'Malley. Going to be hitting that one off the ceiling. Doesn't have boost to follow it up, but does have enough boost to get a demo. Oh, and what a cheeky play that was. Too bad no one from UCSB was there to follow it up. But I gotta say, I like the attitude until O'Malley gets the own goal. Adrian just belts this one into the corner and then just lets UCSB team do the rest.
Well, yeah, O'Malley gets tagged with the own goal, but it was Gage misplaying that ball, pumping in front of the net. It was kind of a scramble situation, and well, I always say get the ball on frame and make your defense figure it out, but they didn't. And that's 2 goals back to back.
Yep, you're going to give the first goal away for free, and then the second one they're just going to take from you. This was a nice cheat kickoff. Again, textbook cheat up. Being able to find in the back of the net, Junior comes in oh so quickly to hit it off the sidewall and then catch their own pass to put it into the back of the net, and now they have that 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, I like buy one, get one free deals. They're amazing. And now Fresno's Red is looking for that third. And, well, Santa Barbara has to come up with something fast because the last thing you want to do is come down with a 3-goal deficit if you blink too quickly.
Absolutely. But guess what? I think I just blinked because guess what, Novanta? We now have the 3-goal deficit in favor of Fresno Red.
Well, this right here, the wheels are falling off, and Fresno Red has figured out the strat they need, and those are passes, and those are using the entire width of the pitch. 3 goals scored, 3 goals unanswered.
And insanely quickly, too. Barely over a minute gone, and already 3 goals on the board. Like we were saying earlier, that quick, aggressive play is still a double-edged sword because you're still giving a whole lot of time left for UCSB team to try and recover and try to equalize. As now we see O'Malley being able to clear that one out. Adrian going up high, has a little bit of boost to work with, but not enough to get past Gage. Back to the midfield. Dark Echo is going to miss the touch there. Now Junior gets demoed for their troubles, and O'Malley is on a killing spree.
Well, this is something you kind of see more in ranked games and actual competitive opportunities. And Fresno Red with the 4th goal. I was going to say, Santa Barbara had a charge with an offensive attack, but it was kind of leading up the pitch with no passing option, no shooting option. And once that was dispossessed, it was off to the races. Another one, another goal from Fresno. No answer from Santa Barbara.
Yeah, you got to be careful with those high-speed touches because you got to keep in mind you might be touching it light, but the force of the ball that's coming into you is forcing it to react in a sporadic way. So even if you don't mean they hit it insanely hard, it's still going to from the way that you redirect it. So again, just got to be careful when you're in that corner because it looked like UCSB team might have accidentally set up Adrian for that pass, and now they're sitting 4-0 as we just passed the 3-minute mark.
You can say accidentally. I'm saying definitely. Exactly. Those high-speed touches are great, but you have to have a plan. Sometimes you overrun the play. I don't care if we're talking about Rocket League or actual cars IRL. Don't drive your vehicle faster than you can handle. And right now, that's what Santa Barbara is doing. They're at a disadvantage.
And there you have it, Novanta's highway safety tip for the day, and a good one it was. Now with just over halftime, 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. Dark Echo is going to be pre-jumping this one by a wide margin, but still, I guess when you have the 4-0 lead, you could try and do something a little fancy.
Hey, why not, man? We see so many games just twist and change with the score line when you drop your hand. So if you have a chance to run the score, it is a possibility, nay, a responsibility to make that a possibility. It is playoff season. Score as many goals as you can.
And now the ball finds its way back into the possession of UCS, who have still yet to find the back of the net with just under 2 minutes to go. If they're going to want to try and equalize, they really have got to get past this defense of Fresno Red at the midfield. They are just holding the line and not letting anything go by.
Why not hold the line as long as you can? I want to save them the line from Adrian. And you have the 4-goal advantage. The last thing you want to do is concede, right? You don't want to give your opponent any kind of semblance, any kind of hope of getting themselves back in that contest. So being aggressive is great, but your defense has to be as strong, and Fresno Red's defense has been ironclad.
Yeah, definitely don't want to give anything away for free. That's the last thing you want to do, especially when you're in the playoffs, trying to make your way over to the finals. And now we see Piccolino trying to mount some type of offense to get their team on the board, if anything, for a consolation goal. And now Dark Echo is going to follow that one up, sending it down and over to the side as some members of UCSB team are accidentally bumping each other now.
Yeah, this comes from frustration. A lot of times you see a goal deficit and you look at your clock, you say, well, there's time to get those goals. Everyone wants to be a hero, and what happens is you start tripping over yourself. This right here is a mental break for Santa Barbara. They're looking for the end of this game, almost like how a boxer looks for the bell after a round.
That was probably one of the better analogies I've heard in Rocket League in a long time. That one actually made a whole lot of sense to me. And I think you're 100% right. You know, at this point, you know, they're just ready to move on to the next game. But with that being said, like we were talking about earlier, you do not want to move on to the next game with no goals on the board. And there you go. They are able to get one, if only for the road.
Yeah, only for the road. There's probably much a confidence builder, being able to beat the defense as you can do it. Now it comes down to how you can imply that into the next game.
And now with that consolation goal, they have officially ended the score drought. They managed to find their first goal on the board here in game number 3. And they can use that to build a little bit of momentum going in to a game number 4. As this will head along, and it now will go back down to the corner as a Piccolino goes up for the touch, but puts this one right in front of their opposition. A questionable touch at best as we hit the final few seconds. Now Adrian going up high, leaving this for Gage. Gage is able to find the back of the net again. Kudos to you. And with 0 seconds left on the clock, that is just going to about do it. But still, like we said, it's better to get that consolation goal than not.
Yeah, that scoreline looks a lot better for Santa Barbara than how they've actually been playing. There were times in SWAS where I didn't know what the strategy was, but either way, Fresno is at series point, and all signs are pointing to them winning this game too if nothing changes.
Well, we fit to find out. Keep in mind now that it is 2-1 in favor of Fresno Red. So if they win the next game, they're going to win it all. Remember, this is the playoffs, but we're still doing the best of 5. And we have seen the comeback, and UCS, they can do it. They can make it happen. It's all about execution and not waiting till the last couple of remaining minutes to try and start to get the gears going. You have got to come out swinging as soon as the kickoff starts.
Everything is pointing for Fresno Red to have this game in hand for them. They have the advantage. They have the head-to-head win, a sweep, if you will, against Santa Barbara in week 4. So if you're Santa Barbara, it's now time to play spoiler.
Well, here we go. Game number 4 officially underway. Gage is in the retreat, trying to get this one out. They hit it back towards their own net, and luckily, we're able to get it out of the danger, if only for a little while, because now O'Malley in the retreat, trying to get to the defensive side of the pitch, and they're able to clear it out for Piccolino. The 50-50 coming through for Junior. Sends this one back and towards the side inside UCS territory. And Fresno Red already picking things up offensively here in game number 4.
We're seeing a little bit of an antidote there from Santa Barbara. Not quite figured out yet, but they just know to get a car forward to break up scoring paths for Fresno to have them come up with something else. And it's not necessarily a sustainable practice, but it helps you figure out what you plan to do to give yourself a chance to score.
1 minute gone off the clock, and we are still 0-0. Good amount of defense coming from UCS B-Stream, being able to hold off Fresno Red, because we all know Fresno is going to want to end this one here and now as they hold the line at the midfield. Now Adrian gets a nice solid touch, but sends it just a little bit too far wide, as O'Malley is going to take control, sending it past the half and past Junior, but the cleanup coming from Dark Echo is only going to find the opposition, as Adrian once again going to be pushing this one back into UCS territory.
Gotta say, Fresno Red has been an absolute tear. The first week of the regular season, they had a loss, and it was their only loss. So imagine going 8 weeks with nary dropping a series. At series point, it is their series to win. If you're a Santa Barbara, forget all the niceties, forget all the pleasantries. Be as smash mouth as you can to turn the tide.
Well, let's see if they can be a little smash mouth. I haven't seen too many bumps or demo plays on the field, but you know me, I'm always there and waiting for a good demo play. And now the ball goes up and high for Junior, who will get the touchdown, sending this back out towards the corner. Piccolino now setting a pass up for their teammate, but none to be found. Gage is there at the midfield, putting this one back into the corner of Fresno Red, and that touch had a little bit too much heat on it. It goes to the other side of the pitch.
That one there was a free shot on goal, and I understand try to go at the top 90 to stretch the defense as much as you can, but it has to be on target. That was an easy goal. You don't get too many of those, especially from an aggressive Santa Barbara team. You have to execute those.
Piccolino now retreating, gets the 100 boost, and now all 3 Fresno Red members are crowding the goal. Now the shoes is on the other foot. Before it was UCS that was having trouble getting out of their half. Now Fresno Red seems to be struggling to get back on the offensive side of the ball. Finally, Junior gets the 50 win, sends this onto the backboard of UCS, but unfortunately is gonna have to retreat.
You can totally tell that both teams want to represent the Golden State in that finals. You know, Santa Barbara, even though they're down a couple games, they're showing an aggression I was asking for to really show their claws out what they can possibly do. They have a 7-2 record in the regular season, and you don't get that from being lucky. But that said, we're still tied at 0-0 apiece in the final minutes of this game 4.
Piccolino now leading the charge for UCS as we are still sitting at 0-0 with 1 minute and 30 remaining. Gage trying to recover themselves at the midfield is going to have to retreat all the way back as O'Malley is going to hit this one up to Piccolino, who gets a nice touch out towards the mid and wins the 50. On top of that, O'Malley is going to win the 50-50 to send this one up high, and Gage unfortunately finds the crossbar, the best defender in Rocket League.
You know, the crossbar is signed to every single org, the chaotic neutral. That could have been a goal, but Pickle makes sure the goal actually happens. Santa Barbara, deep into game 4, breaks a deadlock.
And we were talking about this earlier, Novanta. You even mentioned that, yes, you want to try and aim for those upper 90s, but it has to be on target. And I think after so many times of trying, Piccolino finally was able to find that upper 90 and make it count when they needed it the most as they go up 1-0. But hold the phone! Nearly tying us up at 1. The save came through for UCSB team.
I know Santa Barbara wants to get themselves at Game 5 because you know Game 5s really put things up to how much a team wants it on a mental level. But Fresno has to get something on the board because I don't care if you win or lose. You have to score at least once within 5 minutes for your own sanity.
Yeah, we talked about how devastating a shutout can be for your team's morale as Junior scrambles to play some defense and now blocking their own teammate, Dark Echo. He's going to take this one from out of the corner, but you have 3 members from UCSB team there and waiting as O'Malley gets a demolition and the follow-up, leaving an easy touch for Piccolino. And now Gage with the beat at the midfield is going to send this one into the corner. And now only 10 seconds remain for Fresno Red to try and equalize.
Well, 8 seconds to go to score a goal. It's possible, it's doable, but doesn't seem likely here. It looks like we're going to do a Game 5, barring something miraculous. Shot on frame here to stopped away by O'Malley. And now we have ourselves a bit of a different kind of conversation there, Captain.
Oh, this is changing all the conversation because if I'm not mistaken,
You're not.
Again, if I'm capping, say Cap's capping. This is the first Game 5 of tonight.
Yeah, you're not Cap, man. That's totally 100% true. Can go either way. Fresno Red has only lost 1 series. That was in week 1 against UBC. So they've been on a tear. They don't want to be able to drop it now. You can imagine that getting hot through the regular season, not dropping a series, and then losing Game 5 in playoffs. That's something they don't want to do. And Santa Barbara's found a way to win. They find a way to scratch a claw. Now they have to really put one on their opponent. Let's see if they do that in Game 5.
Yeah, it all comes down to this, and this is something we've been waiting for all day. We have seen the best of NECC go at it, and now we have finally found ourselves in the game number 5, and we have waited all night, and who better than Fresno Red and UCSB team than to give us that Game 5 right here and now. You already know where we are. It's Champions Field. Let's get this one underway.
Oh, this one here, let us know in the chat which one you're rooting for as the shot goes right in the middle of the net, but it's knocked away. The momentum for Santa Barbara, the skill, the level on Fresno. Shot the bomb, another cleared away. 2 saves early. 15 seconds gone here in Game 5.
And now Junior going to be following this one up to put it up high, looking for their teammate in the middle for Adrian, but Adrian finds only the backboard. And now Junior with the follow-up touch loses that 50-50 as Gage is going to put this one on target, but Adrian is there to get the save and clear it away. UCSB now doing a whole lot of offense as finally Fresno Red is able to break out of their own half.
Yeah, this here's a dogfight. It kind of feels like everyone jumped up 2 different ranks between the last game and this one because no one knows. The stake is high. Game 5 playoff situation, NECC, you gotta bring it.
And right now, we're just seeing a lot of long, booming clears. Not one team really taking possession and slowing things down and really taking control of the ball. They're just trying to get it out of their half as quickly as possible. And to be honest, in game number 5, I don't entirely blame them.
Yeah, you know what? I understand that too. Again, we talked about earlier about being a hero, being able to shift the tide yourself. I get it. But Adrian does have a Fresno Red. They open the scoring here at 3:45 to go.
Pretty sure this was an own goal, unless I'm seeing incorrectly. Adrian, of course, putting this one right off the backboard and right off a Gage. Oh, that's a feels bad. I think that was an own goal, Novanta.
I don't want to do the whole pun thing, but it really was a tough ball to Gage. And then when you choose wrong, it's an own goal every day of the week.
Unfortunate for UCSB, but I do believe Fresno will take that one because in Rocket League, we do in fact take those. Now, it will be Adrian to put this one back into the UCSB half, only to be followed up by Dark Echo, looking for a teammate in the middle and finds them. It's Junior to put this one into the back of the net, and now Fresno Red has a 2-0 lead.
Textbook. Dark Echo made a point to catch it, take a car length with that ball, and just dump it right in front of the net for their teammate, and that was the difference.
And then there we go, Fresno Red looking good here in game number 5, that 2-goal lead. Now remember, between these two teams throughout all these 5 games, there has not been much of a difference in the scoreline, if only by 1 or 2 goals. So these 2 goals early for Fresno could be devastating as we just get ready to hit the 3-minute mark.
Could be. It might be. I would love to see a 10-goal hit parade, but it doesn't seem that's the case because these two teams are so close. A 2-goal disadvantage for USCSB is not the end of the world, but something has to shift now. Don't wait to the final minutes. Don't wait to the final seconds. You've got to shift your tactics now to get yourself back in the game.
And now Fresno Red still continuing this offensive onslaught, all the while holding their own on defense. Dark Echo goes up high, is able to hit this one off the backboard. No follow-up from Fresno, as finally this one will go high and off the backboard. But that woulda, coulda, shoulda been a shot, but no hair off of Fresno's head. They still got that 2-0 lead.
2-0 lead about halftime here. I would always argue to slow the pace, but why do that when you have your opponent coming at you with so many different shots from so many different parts of that pitch? What you want to do is boom as far away from you as possible. Heck, make them spend the time to get that ball close to your net.
And now an opportunity for UCS B team as the ball finds its way on target, but somehow Adrian comes out of nowhere to get that save and clear it away.
Well, that was a fantastic clear, a bang-tastic clear if there ever was one, but we're within 2 minutes. Santa Barbara is looking to pull one back. If you do that, that shifts the momentum in your favor, but they haven't been able to score. And I gotta say this now, if you have a little bit of a scoring drought, the last time you want to have that is Game 5 in the best-of-5 series.
And now things are looking grim for UCS as we just have over 1 minute and 30 remaining, and they need to get 2 goals into the back of the net if they want to try and equalize. Gage is going to be sending this one towards the middle to O'Malley, but it gets cleared out by Adrian over and towards the side. Gage is going to let Junior take a hold of this one as now O'Malley takes control at the midfield, has a little bit of boost to work with, but gets beat out by Dark Echo, and really not seeing too much offensive development for the side of UCS.
Yeah, it looks like Fresno Red is just content with just being spoiler and their defense. It's not much of a formation now. It's very much keep away at this point. The good thing about clock management in Rocket League, it's hard to master. But if you do, you can really put your thumb down on your opponent and say, we have the goals, we have the possession, we have the time on our side.
And not only is it hard to master, but it's hard to come back from if you're on the receiving end of it. But this slap shot coming from Adrian is going to find the back of the net. And with only 44 seconds left in game number 5, it will be Fresno Red to take the 3-0 lead.
Well, you know, a lesser player would probably do a small touch and try to get themselves in front of the net. But Adrian had all the confidence in the world to make that a tray. 3-0, as you say.
And here we go, the last remaining 40 seconds. It's not impossible, but just a little improbable as UCS still struggling to find the back of the net for the first time here in match number 5. Now the ball going up high on the side of Fresno Red, only to be followed up again. O'Malley looking to get the touch, but it is cleared out by Fresno. And only 20 seconds left to go before the playoff dreams of the UCSB team will be cast asunder.
Well, there you have it. A California Classic goes all the way to Game 5 as expected. You got to give GGs to Fresno Red. They found a way to score when needed, neutralize their opponents, and walk away with flair. They win this one in 5 games.
They do, and they do it in a tremendous fashion. You could not ask for a better last match of the evening, sending it all the way to game number 5. The only thing that would have been better is a game 5 overtime, but we can't be too greedy, Novanta. We still got treated to one heck of a show, all thanks to Fresno Red and the UCSB team.
Hey, shout out to California. I'm here in Los Angeles going, yes, the California team is advancing in the NECC playoffs in the Emerging Cy Young division. But we're going to have ourselves a quick break. We're going to have ourselves an interview of one of the winning squads right after this.
Adrian is also live.
Alrighty, well, hello and welcome back to Rocket League right here on the NECC. I am your host, Captain Ahsoka, joined alongside Novanta, but we have ourselves a special guest on the phone. It's none other than Adrian, coming off of a big win for Fresno Red. Adrian, how are you feeling today?
Feeling good. Feeling kind of happy that we clutched up the win. I'm glad you guys invited me on.
Appreciate that. You know, we were talking about this in the booth during your series against Santa Barbara. You had the first week lost, but you've been on this tear all season in the regular season. Was that ever in doubt? Was there a moment where you were kind of like, oh man, we could probably mess this up?
After the first week that we lost, we kind of like talked about the stuff and kind of worked out how we could play better. And ever since then, it's been working. We've been getting better as a team. We've been putting in the work, and we're still not finished. We're still going to keep putting in work.
100%. And now, with that game in the books, let's take a second to kind of look back on it. This was the only series tonight to go to distance to a complete 5 games. What was going through your mind, or, you know, the mind of your teammates when y'all realized we're headed to a game 5?
It was just nerves. Because we knew we could win. We knew we had everything we needed to sweep. I guess we were getting a little nervous. We kind of miscommunication a little bit there. We weren't playing clean, but we just kind of talked to each other, make sure that we keep our head in the game, and we pulled through. We won in game 5.
And week 4, you played against Santa Barbara, series you swept in. Was there any kind of VOD review or tactics you employed from that series that worked out for you guys today?
We watched a little bit, but besides that, we kind of knew that our style kind of countered theirs, so we could probably just go out there and still catch the win.
Good, very good, especially when you're getting ready to move on into more of the postseason. But with that being said, speaking of moving on, I want to bring to your attention, like, we saw a team tonight, McGill University, who went 9-0 in the regular season and has that record and is still in the postseason undefeated. What goes through the minds of you and your team when you think of a prospect of a team like McGill University? It's somewhere along there in the bracket in the postseason.
Yeah, it's a little frightening. You know, it just shows that we have a lot to work on, and that we definitely could play at that level if we're playing our best. So if we just keep practicing, we can definitely catch a win there too.
Adrian,
alrighty, well,
the chat loves you. You're goated. Before you get out of here, man, gotta put those shout outs out there. What you have out there? Anything you want to say to your teammates, your family, your friends?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates. They all supported me. They all kind of hyped me up, made me play my best. Definitely shout out to the coaches who definitely work with me, help me keep my head in the game, help me keep focused. Definitely like huge reasons for me being as good as I am now.
All right. Well, Adrian, we appreciate you joining us in the booth for that post-game interview. Again, congratulations and GG's, taking that one all the way to game number 5 for the dub. I guess you are now free to go and celebrate.
Thank you very much.
You are most welcome. And with that being said, just a couple of last updates for everybody watching at home. We are just getting information that EAUCD Blue beat UBC Academy in the other semifinal 3-2. So they will be moving on as well. And with that being said, Novanta, I think that is just about wrap us up here this evening for Rocket League here at the NECC. Novanta, you got any parting words for the folks at home?
Man, every division's cool. I'm a challengers guy, but Emergent Cyan is definitely that main event ticket. California Classic didn't disappoint. 5 games, so gonna be a part of it. Hopefully, we get back in the booth sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. It has been an absolute pleasure being in the booth with you here today, as well as Fu from earlier. This has been one of the longest stretches I have done at the NECC from start to finish right here on stream. It has been an absolute pleasure. I want to thank everybody for coming out to watch today. Thank the NECC for having me as a host, for having me as a caster, and of course, we have got to thank the people behind the desk as well. I'm talking about Peak, and I'm talking about Slothish, the people running the production behind the scenes. They help make all of this happen, and of course, thank you, the folks at home, for watching. That'll do it for us. I've been joined in the booth by Novanta. My name is Captain Ahsoka, and we will see you next time right here at the NECC.